now people can stop saying stuff
mocking me
about the first one that it doesn't count because now I got a real one.
Is that the fake ring?
Yeah, I don't think that's as much him saying it wasn't real when we won it in the bubble as much as saying everyone else believes it's not real. But also, let me tell you why this one means more. And he's right. I mean, it was a full season. It wasn't derailed by a virus. And they were able to play the amount of games you got. Everything was like a normal NBA season. So it is a lot different this year. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Tariff negotiations with the Trump administration are running into some roadblocks. Countries like Japan and India, as well as the European Union, are balking at signing deals without knowing how badly they'll be hit by separate levies on exports, including chips, drugs, and steel. The Treasury Department that tracks tariffs says billions are pouring into U.S. coffers this month, putting the revenue supplied by importers on pace for another monthly record. Yahoo is reporting June's total so far has already topped May's haul of about $22 billion. You can say goodbye to Microsoft's blue screen of death. TechCrunch reports the iconic error screen is going away after 40 years and is being replaced by the black screen of death. The change is part of a wider update in the wake of the CrowdStrike outage last year that affected 8.5 million Windows devices and took businesses, airports, and TV stations offline. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Tie your laces and get ready for Nemours Children's Health Kids Run the Bases. Kids 14 and under can join us post-game on Wednesday, July 2nd after the Phillies play the Padres at 1:05. Visit Phillies.com to order tickets today. Kids 14 and under are sure to be the coolest on the beach with the Philadelphia Water Ice Fanatic Beach Towel. Get yours on Sunday, July 6th at 1:35 when the Phillies play the Reds. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on a Friday, June 27th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube. As we take you up until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media, at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, K-A-Y-A-L. Dawn Stenzlin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. It is a Friday. Sean Farish coming up in just about an hour and 45 minutes. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Friday.
Phenomenal interview yesterday with Marissa Fitzgerald.
Oh, and Chris's mom.
Yep. Oh,
it's heartbreaking.
Yes. Gregory, how are you, buddy?
Hey, it's Friday, ladies and gentlemen. Ready to get this show underway and start the weekend.
Damn right. You are absolutely right. By the way, I just realized it just dawned on me.
Dawned to get you.
No
get it?
Pun intended. So we both forgot our hats.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's right, the backward hat.
Yeah, I was never going to play that game anyway.
Oh, all right. Well, I legitimately forgot. But that was my I go home yesterday and I said to Kristen, I might have to wear a hat to work tomorrow. And she goes, well, good luck finding them. They're packed away. And
oh, that's right.
Yeah. I'm leaving tomorrow. I'm out of here. I'm going to be up in the Lehigh Valley with my in-laws. So pray for me, folks. Pray for me.
And how long?
6 weeks. Sometimes, you have to go through hell to get to heaven.
It's not even purgatory.
No, it's raging infernos. But it'll be fun. All right, we have a lot to get to on the show today. Pete Hegseth against CNN.
The summer of love with Nick Kayal, with the Kayal family.
I'm going to be like Tim Walz's wife.
Yeah.
And you smell that burning rubber. Yeah. Isn't that great?
I'm sorry, Pete Hegseth, what?
Yeah, Pete Hegseth against CNN.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that. Also, the Biden administration and an autopen admission with plenty of contradiction. And also, did Taylor Swift pull a Donald Trump? We'll talk about that. Who the hell is Kevin Krebs? Very interesting story. Actually, a lot of nuance to it from the Philadelphia
The
Inquirer.
Malvern guy.
The Malvern guy. Yes. Cut Sheet, Fight Club, Farish, movies. And we are also closing in on the $15,000 goal.
Are we?
For Families Behind the Badge. I think we're 1,000 and change.
Really?
We're like 90% there. So
oh, my God.
There's no doubt we'll hit that today.
That's amazing.
Yes. We'll give you an exact number a little bit later in the show, and then Stocker will beg, and then we'll celebrate. And we'll go, woohoo! All right, 6:02. Let's get down to business. Round number one of the news, the great Dawn Stenzlin.
Good morning. Happy Friday. It is Friday, a cooler day in store, as we are sponsored this Friday, June 27th, sponsored by Staples this morning. We're starting out in the 60s. What happened? And headed up until the mid-70s. Nick will have that full forecast coming up. But federal prosecutors charging Philadelphia public schools with failing to inspect 8 different schools for damaged asbestos. We've talked a lot about the aging schools, and we've talked about this particular story, the district agreeing to have the criminal case deferred while it pays for a court-supervised monitor to try to keep tabs on its response. So prosecutors saying this was the first time that any school district in America, in the United States of America, has ever faced this kind of environmental criminal charge. The district charged with 8, these aren't allegations, these are charges actually. So 8 counts of violating the Federal Toxic Substances Control Act for accused of failing to perform inspections in a timely manner during the recent 5-year period. So the judge has to approve the terms of this deferred prosecution deal which would avoid a grand jury indictment. If the school district does comply with the relevant federal laws here, the government then can eventually, they'll just drop the charges. But what this does is it puts them on notice and it puts them under the microscope, if you will. 300 of the school district's aging set of 339 buildings, by the way, do contain asbestos. There's a news release from the U.S. Attorney's Office stating all of the numbers and the stats on this. It's pretty disturbing, and we've covered on Kayal and Company here, we've covered some of these stories where we have parents groups very concerned about this. There have been protests. So asbestos, obviously a material that was in wide use until the 1980s, and it is linked to some different cancers and some of the deadliest types of lung diseases. So investigators say some asbestos was improperly addressed. Schools have had to close as a result of the asbestos problems, and they say that this has been a widespread, long-standing problem and danger that puts both students and teachers and janitors, everybody in the building, in danger.
So you said 300 out of 339 buildings.
Because we're an old...
That's 88%. 88% of schools, 40-plus years removed from when... that was the thing, right? You said the 80s, correct?
Mm-hmm. Was the last time
they
actually used the asbestos.
So you've had 4 decades, and you've only eliminated 10% of the problem.
Yep.
That's inexcusable.
It's, and Nick, we've covered this with the parents' side and the teachers, too.
Is it really too much to ask for in a city like Philadelphia just to have no asbestos and maybe some air conditioning? Is that too much to ask for?
Yeah, and you have to, sometimes I think with all these empty buildings, especially during the pandemic, we have huge buildings, brand new buildings that have stood empty or 50%. I don't know. Maybe they should lease out space. Just demolish the buildings at this point.
Drop a few Moabs on these buildings. I had enough of this already.
So we'll talk about SEPTA as well. Drastic cuts that we've been talking about with SEPTA facing because of nobody's riding SEPTA as much. Not as many people are coming into the city, etc. SEPTA officials voting unanimously on their board to pass 45% service cuts as well as a huge jump in fare prices to help cover that $213 million budget shortfall. So they're calling it a doomsday scenario. But riders would start seeing those changes in later August 24th, when 20% of services will be cut. And that would include eliminating some bus routes. It looks like nearly 36 bus routes would end. All the special services, express trains after games, things of that nature. So the next big change will happen in September. That's when a 21.5% fare hike goes into effect. And then the base fare goes up to $2.90. So some big changes coming with SEPTA as they vote for this. We have a 42-year-old Brookhaven man who worked for the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Service, now criminally charged with soliciting bribes from immigrants and lying to them, promising them things that seriously could not be kept about what steps he would or could take to help them with their immigration cases. Identified as Amara Dukuli, a naturalized U.S. citizen from Liberia, most recently, according to the authorities, accepted a $6,000 cash bribe from a CI, a confidential informant, who was posing as an immigrant, and that's according to these federal charges that have now been filed in federal Philadelphia court just yesterday. So they said that there was a CI. Apparently they had reports of this. They were onto it, doing this undercover investigation, and they had this April meeting with the confidential informant when Dukuli then accepted that cash, according to the authorities. And this is while they were recording them. They were out in a parking lot, a Walmart parking lot is where they met, according to,
Walmart parking lots and Home Depot parking lots, the official parking lots of illegal immigration.
Yes. So these are, Nick, this is unfortunate because these are people who are going through the process. They've followed all the rules. They're going to the offices, making all their dates, and they stood in line, waited, all of that, doing things right. And then, according to the federal authorities, being preyed upon. Mm-hmm. So that person facing the charges. And by the way, just looking up some different numbers as far as detained populations of illegals in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, these numbers are reportedly at their highest levels. So ICE holding 358, and in New Jersey, it would be, let's see, in New Jersey, 358, in Pennsylvania, 358, and in New Jersey, 353 people at facilities here. And you may look at those numbers and say, well, going back for how long? I believe that these numbers rival those during the Obama, because remember, President Obama was known as the deporter in chief.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so these numbers all the way back to the Obama administration would rival these types of numbers.
Good.
And that brings us to the so-called Maryland dad story. And we've been talking this morning on our group chat about this is Kilmar Abrega, who was obviously the so-called Maryland dad.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's news of him and apparently fake news, but this is the Trump administration there were all these reports that they were planning to deport migrant Kilmar Abrego for a second time, but they've announced that in fact that's just fake news, that he will be put on trial. He's in federal court. He'll face a federal court on migrant smuggling charges, according to the White House.
The media's commitment to the headline is still phenomenal. Axios last night, they put out the tweet with the little red alert emoji, breaking in all capital letters. Trump administration to deport wrongfully deported Maryland resident again. So he's gone from a Maryland family man to a Maryland resident.
Yeah.
He's not a resident. He's an illegal alien. A resident.
So apparently, I guess after the trial, then, if he were deported, he would be sent to a third country, not El Salvador. So that's what the caveat here, because I think the media got confused with this. That's part of it, with all the fake news reporting.
Remember how long that story was in the news cycle for? We did at least a week and a half of shows where he was brought up in some context, whether it was Van Hollen on the cut sheet or whoever. Unbelievable. Good to have Abrego Garcia back in the news. I was wondering if he was all right.
Yeah, and by the way, the federal judge overseeing Abrego's case has ordered his release. He could be released today. Now, the Trump administration, they say they have plans to immediately take him into immigration custody if that happens. So there's still a back and forth.
Holman's sitting out there waiting on the curb for him.
Gosh. So we have that one going on. And going viral, I will say, this Bezos wedding in Venice. You can't make this stuff up. Yesterday there was news that they were having foaming parties on boats. Have you heard of this?
Foaming? Yeah. I was foaming last night when my wife was finishing off a strip steak on the grill. That's the only foaming party I ever had. What's that? What is it?
Like a bubble bath foam? It's like bubble bath, and they put like bath foam all over themselves.
Yeah, you've never been to there used to be clubs on Delaware Avenue. They used to do like foam parties.
Wait, Greg, did you do this?
I've done, yeah, in the early 2000s. Yeah, there was I don't remember the names of the clubs, but
yeah,
a lot of those places too, like Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, you can go to that have it's like you're in a club area and
you pop an ecstasy, you get a glow stick, and then the
foam comes down from
the
ceiling, and you know.
You got to remember, I got married when I was 12, so I missed a lot of this stuff.
Well, that's right. When you move into your new home, it'll be just in time for your wedding anniversary. Is it 16 years, 17 years?
Yeah, close enough, something like that.
Bezos, Bezos' ginormous wedding, we all paid for with all those packages we get delivered to our house.
Oh, great!
Cool. So there you go. So sleep tight, America, because we paid for that wedding.
Mm-hmm.
So Jeff and Lauren Sanchez's the lavish Venice wedding. I don't know. I would have chosen Isle of Capri personally, but they're in Venice. Look, they're happy.
Have you seen the transformation of Bezos physically?
Yes.
He looks like a different human being.
He does,
doesn't he?
Well, she I think has always been very fit and into fitness.
Yeah.
So whatever she's doing for him, I will say it's working. He's never looked better.
I would venture to say that he's taking human growth hormone, but that would just be a guess. because he went from being kind of a sloppy, skinny fat guy to like John Cena.
When you have all that money, you can hire personal trainers.
Oh, yeah.
That'll make you, that sculpt you into the body you want.
Sure.
You know?
Sculpted.
Yeah.
But all these celebrities they were showing arriving, and this lavish event, and it's, I mean, what did they say? $55 million for this wedding?
Yeah, we paid for it,
like,
Dawn.
OMG.
Yeah. Every time that package shows up on your porch.
Yes. Yeah.
Those razor blades.
Yeah.
That purse you don't need.
Everybody loves to talk about the surveillance. The government is going to spy on us. No. You know who's spying on us? Amazon. Amazon has all your info, okay? And we can thank ourselves for it. We can thank ourselves for it.
By the way, you can really ascend the ladder at Amazon. If you decide to leave whatever profession you're in, they have like 7 different tiers, and you can get up to like level 2, level 3, which is just a few pegs below Bezos. And obviously, you're not going to make Bezos money, but I have a buddy in Tennessee who quit a professional financing career, started in an Amazon warehouse just doing boxes. Within 2 years, he was making like $200,000. Because people don't do that work. They don't want to move boxes and ship things around and drive a truck.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're willing to grind for like 5 years, you can climb that ladder real quick.
That's amazing.
That's the tip of the day, folks. You're welcome.
Hey, look, I mean, they look happy. They're in a he proposed to her on a $500 million yacht.
I did that with Kristen.
You did?
Yeah, 2008, when I was up in the Lehigh Valley doing AM Sports Talk.
He gave her a 30-carat pink diamond engagement ring.
You jealous, Dawn?
I am.
30
You know that movie, and this is a horrible thing for me to admit. You know that movie Blood Diamond? About the guy.
Yeah, sure. Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yeah, and they're in Africa, and the guy has to hide the pink diamond in his rear end, and Nick never saw this.
No, I haven't seen Leo since Titanic.
Anyway, all I thought was, after the movie, I said to Larry, I want a pink diamond. He's like, you're a terrible person after that movie. You're terrible.
You're a terrible person, yes. Any woman that wants that is a terrible person.
Is a terrible
I confirm.
person. But she got the ultimate blood diamond, 30-carat gorgeous pink diamond ring. Anyway, God bless him.
Yeah, sure. Who cares?
Whatever.
Who cares?
Whatever.
I hope the yacht sinks.
I don't.
How about that?
So they didn't go on a Carnival cruise?
Yeah. No, there's no Carnival cruise there.
No, I don't know if...
I hope that yacht's like the Titanic. Iceberg straight ahead. Good. I hope it hits her plastic surgeried face.
Hey, she's looking good. That woman is fit. Look at her stomach. You could
I love when that one sailor on the Titanic tells Molly Brown to shut the hole in her face.
That's what happens. That's what happens, Don, when you have no responsibilities or cares in the world. You can spend all your days, making sure your abs are flat and sculpted like that.
I'll take that life. I'll be a kept woman.
Captain Capitalist, a little in his feelings over
I know.
Bezos' rise to.
I know.
No, I'm not in my feelings. I just despise Bezos.
They kind of give me the same vibes that the royal family does and all this stuff over in England. Meghan Markle and that whole nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, we sit here and say we don't like royalty, but we do because we worship billionaires in this country. It's gross.
It's gross.
You guys are funny.
It's absolutely gross.
Yeah. You're right. Funny. I'm not into the billionaires. I'm really not. It doesn't do much for me, I got to tell you.
So I will say I have friends who worked with her because remember she worked in Los Angeles and Fox Sports and stuff like that. They said she's a sweetheart.
Yeah, I'm sure
she's a media.
Remember?
She has a media background.
Yeah, she was a news reporter.
Oh.
She was a news anchor. That's how they met.
Oh, that's why you like her.
Yeah,
okay.
Probably. But that is why I like her because people said she's a sweetheart, really down to earth and whatnot.
Yeah,
so
sure.
Listen to Greg.
Sure she is.
Mm-hmm.
Who cares about their wedding? Who cares about their wedding?
I
don't care.
I wouldn't have cared as much, except it's in Italy, and because I love Italy, it tells me a lot about. They should have called Ken Chase.
Yeah,
I did see they had one of their engagement parties. Was actually I think in Positano, Italy.
Oh,
and now they're in Venice. So maybe they called our friend Ken Chase from conservativetours.com. I don't know. Maybe they'll show up at Dom Giordano's Sicily tour. Can you imagine?
Dom starts doing an interview and tapes it and sends it back to Dan.
Right.
Hey, put this in the can for when I get back.
So we'll get to the forecast. A much cooler day today, but the all-important weekend, which is a kickoff weekend, you might say, to July 4th week. So Nick will have that in just a second. Got to talk about our sponsor, Staples, this morning. How many times have we all said that was easy? Well, the Staples Easy button is back, and it's got us saying it again for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos, plus high-quality products delivered next day to more than 98% across America. Staples, that was easy. Staples, thank you for sponsoring First Edition, Kayal & Company News Live. Man, Nick, it feels like we went from July to, I don't know, fall weather in a day.
Yeah, we went from Florida back to Seattle. 65 degrees, high of 72 today, but no rain. Setting up for a beautiful weekend. Sunny both days in the high 80s, and that sets us up next week. Weather pending any changes, we will have temperatures in the mid to high 80s and relatively dry. Philly weather brought to you by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. Coming up next Friday, big take. Pete Hegseth checks CNN into the SmackDown Hotel. Back after this.
Get ready for summertime with Jack Daniels and Coca-Cola ready to drink cans. Headed to your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store now to take advantage of $2 off 6-packs of the Jack and Coke Variety Pack, featuring 2 cans each of the original Jack and Coke, Jack and Cherry Coke, and Jack and Vanilla Coke. All perfectly mixed at 7% ABV. Perfect for down the shore or hanging with friends in the backyard. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
Everything was swollen, even my eyelids. I was on kidney dialysis 8 hours a day.
When Crystal needed a kidney, her mom's friend Janet gave her one. Virtua Health, South Jersey's only transplant center, made it possible.
Crystal's so full of life, you can't help but love her.
After a short recovery, Janet's doing great, and Crystal, even better.
And I just got engaged.
Virtua Health, here for transplant, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/hereforgood.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends June 30th. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The headlines about Social Security are scary. What do you do if they cut back? Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen. Saturdays at 6 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
$6:25, Kayal and Company live on a Friday morning. Yeah, baby. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. 1 year ago today, June 27th, 2024, in Atlanta, Georgia, live on CNN, the first and only debate between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. And we all know how that went. Speaking of CNN and Donald Trump, let's get down to a Friday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by First Bank. Secretary Hegseth against CNN. When it comes to the effectiveness of Donald Trump's decision to strike Iran's nuclear sites, you need to choose a side. Do you trust 47, Pete Hegseth, and Caroline Leavitt? Or do you believe CNN, potentially a Democrat in Congress who allegedly leaked a report about the ineffectiveness of total destruction on the intended target, which contradicts Donald Trump's claim that the operation was perfect and went exactly as planned, as well as the supreme leader of Iran? It's that simple. Trump, Hegseth, and Leavitt, or CNN, a leaker in Congress, and the Ayatollah. I would argue that it's far more likely that America's attack went as close to planned as possible than CNN, a weasel in office, trying to upend the president and a nation that can't be trusted. And you know, I'm a guy who doesn't take any politician at face value 24/7, 100% of the time. But yesterday's evidence and presentations lead me to believe that CNN, once again, proved that they are fake news and why Americans no longer trust the once most trusted name in news. And this is coming from a guy who has ripped Pete Hegseth for his questionable judgment in the past. But I have no reason to believe that he's lying about how these strikes were executed and the effectiveness of them. Trump as well. He has a good history of success in anything that he touches in the Middle East when it pertains to peace or killing intended targets. And if you haven't been paying attention to this story, here is what has unfolded. CNN reporter Natasha Bertrand ran with a story from one source that America's strikes on Iran were not a success. Basically, what happened was false intelligence was leaked to a dying network in CNN with a CNN reporter who has a track record of awful sourcing, reporting, and downright anti-Trump propaganda, which includes the following: claiming the Hunter Biden laptop story was Russian disinformation. She also echoed the debunked narrative that ruled out a man-made lab leak of the COVID-19 virus and pandemic. She also resurrected the suckers and losers hoax just last year in 2024 after that was already debunked. And then also baselessly smeared the DNI's John Ratcliffe for exposing Iranian interference in Trump's campaign. Here is Pete Hegseth taking the media to task for lying about the effectiveness of strikes against Iran. Listen and watch this.
I want to read
some of the assessments that have been provided, because whether it's fake news, CNN, MSNBC, or the New York Times, there's been fawning coverage of a preliminary assessment. I've had a chance to read it. Every outlet has breathlessly reported on a preliminary assessment from DIA. I'm looking at it right now. Again, it was preliminary, a day and a half after the actual strike, when it admits itself in writing that it requires weeks to accumulate the necessary data to make such an assessment. It's preliminary. It points out that it's not been coordinated with the intelligence community at all. There's low confidence in this particular report. It says in the report there are gaps in the information. It says in the report multiple linchpin assumptions are what this assessment, a linchpin assumption, you know what that is? That means your entire premise is predicated on a linchpin. If you're wrong, everything else is wrong. And yet, still, this report acknowledges it's likely severe damage. Again, this is preliminary, but leaked because someone had an agenda to try to muddy the waters and make it look like this historic strike wasn't successful.
Now, you heard Pete rattle off the three culprits, MSNBC, the New York Times, and CNN. I believe CNN is the biggest violator of all. Here is CNN anchors caught in their own lies, courtesy of Media Research Center. Listen and watch this.
But at the same time, we do need to make clear that despite the emotional speech and outrage from the defense secretary, what he said about the DIA assessment is what CNN reported on. His issue that he took about it being preliminary, about it being low confidence. CNN reported on all of this. I was looking back just to make sure that we had it all throughout the reporting process. CNN had reported that it is preliminary and, of course, can be updated, including these two parts. It is still early, we reported in our initial report, for the U.S. to have a comprehensive picture of the impact of the strikes. None of the sources described how the DIA assessment compares to the views of other agencies in the intelligence community. The U.S. is continuing to pick up intelligence, including from within Iran, as they assess the damage. Also in CNN reporting, where the secretary took real issue and seemed very upset about it not being stated that there was low confidence stated in this DIA assessment. It's also in CNN reporting, including this. The final U.S. military battle damage assessment by the DIA could take days or even weeks to complete. Multiple sources familiar with the Pentagon's process told CNN. The initial DIA analysis was produced just 24 hours after the attack, according to one of the sources, because it was only a preliminary analysis. Its judgments were low confidence, the sources said. It was not coordinated with the wider intelligence community, according to a U.S. official, and the document itself acknowledged that it could take weeks to produce a finalized assessment. So just to put,
it is literally what he said we did not report.
It is a preliminary report. The reporting was done.
CNN looks vindicated, right? Wrong. That is not what Natasha Bertrand reported on CNN. Phil, please post these three graphics on YouTube. These are two tweets from Nicholas Fondacaro, the associate editor of the MRC and Newsbusters. Let's go with post one, where Nicholas says, using the Wayback Machine, you can see that the initial report pushed by Bertrand on Tuesday does not have the words low confidence nor preliminary. The only times the word low is even used was by White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt telling CNN the leak came from, quote, an anonymous low-level loser in the intelligence community, and the assertion that the bombs, quote, would likely not successfully penetrate is Fahan's lower levels, end quote. Now let's go to post two from Nicholas of the MRC and Newsbusters, who says the following. Those words don't appear in any version of the article until Wednesday afternoon, when they quote Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's criticisms of the assessment. Quote, Hegseth, who is also at the NATO summit, said Wednesday the assessment was a top-secret report. It was preliminary. It was low confidence, adding that there were political motives behind leaking it and that an FBI investigation was underway to identify the leaker, end quote. And the third and final post from Nicholas is the actual video. Here's Bertrand's initial appearance on CNN to push her story. Again, nowhere does she use the words low confidence or preliminary. In fact, she implies just the opposite, proclaiming with confidence, quote, And so it appears that while these bombs did, in fact, inflict significant damage on the above-ground structures at these nuclear facilities, the most sensitive and core parts of the nuclear program, which include the centrifuges, which include the highly enriched uranium, those do not appear to have been severely impacted, if impacted at all, with one of our sources who has seen the assessment describing all of those core components as largely intact. We can play that clip for you coming up that I just quoted after the big take later this hour. But for now, here's CNN's Brian Stelter in total spin mode for his anchors, his reporters, and his network. Listen and watch.
There's so much more reporting to do on this topic. This is a very complex matter, even though Trump tried to make it sound simple on Saturday night. It's really important to note what CNN did not report. CNN did not report that this mission was a failure. Far from it. It may have turned out to be a tremendous success. We just don't know all the facts yet, and neither does the U.S. government.
That little toad is in damage control mode for the network that continues to display zero credibility. Have you seen their ratings? Nobody goes to them anymore. Here was Caroline Levitt yesterday when asked about the leaker of false intel. Listen and watch this.
And it's to the same reporter, I will add, Natasha Bertrand of CNN, who has done this in the past. In 2020, it was Natasha Bertrand who had 51 intelligence analysts falsely lie to her, but she still put it on paper for some reason, that the Hunter Biden laptop story was Russian disinformation. We all know that's not true, right? We can all agree on that now. That was a lie from the intelligence community. Also in 2020, this same reporter, Natasha Bertrand, wrote that a top intel agency ruled out the man-made lab leak theory of the coronavirus origins. Again, the president was right about that. This reporter wrote a lie from the intelligence community to seek a narrative she wanted to prove, and guess what? We now know that's the truth. Also, in 2024, Bertrand pushed the suckers and losers hoax.
Find the leaker, prosecute them, and jail them. Simple. Set a precedent that this can't be tolerated in this country. According to Fox News, an expert says the strike was a success. They report as the total damage to 3 Iranian nuclear sites continues to be assessed. One Middle East expert says that Iran's stated assessment only reinforces U.S. and Israeli views. Israel, which has said the strike set the Iranian nuclear program back years, has the greatest resources in place to make a determination and the most incentive to get the facts right, says Jacob Oladart, director of the Center of American Security at the America First Policy Institute. Quote, both the U.S. and Israel say they achieved their objectives. Israel presumably had planned around this for many years, and Israel says it has met its objectives, which is destroying Iran's ability to enrich uranium, end quote. And I'll wrap with this. When I was at the Odyssey Sports Station in Atlanta from 2020 through 2022, I worked with a morning host named John Fricke, and he used to be a news desk editor for CNN back in their glory days, prior to doing sports reporting for CNN in the 90s. He stays out of politics as a sports talk host, but he tweeted this thread yesterday, and I think it's worth sharing because he's not an attention seeker at all. In fact, he's rather bland and boring, but he's my buddy. He wrote, I sadly have low expectations from the 6th grade level reporting that now occurs at CNN. The latest is a truly unprofessional report by Natasha Bertrand that was from such a questionable and borderline indefensible single source. Previously unthinkable that CNN would ever allow that to air, that it would warrant her and her senior approval on source allowance, at the very least, a demotion and lengthy suspension. Frankly, the report was a fireable offense. CNN's reporting standards have collapsed, and with it taken the credibility of a once great network that my extended family, with nearly 80 years working inside of CNN, to a level of disappointment and embarrassment. It is my great hope that someone strong be hired to be in charge of CNN and demand editorial accuracy to restore dependable reliability in the network, end quote. That's good work from my guy, John Fricke. And I have no idea his politics. He's a CNN alum, and even he is embarrassed. And it's not his style to rip his past employers on social media. I'm in the camp of Trump and Hegseth on this one. CNN, leakers in Congress, Iran, can't be trusted at all. And that's the big take.
The Kayal and Company.
Big Take brought to you by First Bank. If you're ready to drive your business success with a trusted local partner, you can count on First Bank for personalized support and smart solutions to help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. We'll come back, get everybody's thoughts and reactions. I want to get Dawn's thoughts on this as the journalist and the reporter on the show with Natasha Bertrand and CNN, and we'll do that on the other side. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in, fire your comments at 1210 WPHT on X, as well as your comments in the YouTube chat. But first, a word from our friends at Bucks County Estate Traders, because they don't make furniture like they used to. And that's exactly why Bucks County Estate Traders is your summer home upgrade destination. It is mine. June 30th through July 7th. That's right, their 4th of July sale. You will get 20 to 50% off select items store-wide. Doesn't matter what style you're seeking, folks. Classic, modern, rustic, traditional. You'll find over 16,000 pieces of high-end furniture, from vintage treasures to designer showstoppers. We're talking about all the legendary brands, Stickley, Baker, Henredon, the kind of quality that has lasted generation after generation at a fraction of retail prices. Every piece comes with a QR code. You scan it, you snap that picture, you get instant information. Shop the sale at buckscountyestatetraders.com and use the code USA25 at checkout. Once again, buckscountyestatetraders.com. When you go to checkout, use code USA25. 4th of July sale, it's on the way. 20 to 50% off select items store-wide, and tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-979-3168. 800-979-3168. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-979-3168.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating.
Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems.
Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
IT problems don't just slow business productivity, they can cause serious security risks. Computrex delivers comprehensive managed IT solutions for efficiency and peace of mind. Providing proactive monitoring, rapid issue resolution, and robust cybersecurity, Computrex is your reliable partner for seamless IT operations. Computrex, empowering your business through expert IT support. Call 610-415-0539. COMPUTREX, 4, U.com.
Big news! Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange, and millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest-rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
.645, Kayal and Company. Peter McKeon, Highlight Electric, final day of his week with the playlist. Big donation to the Travis Manion Foundation. I think if you're willing to throw up at least $1,000 or more, Stalker will give up a week. Maybe we can get to the finish line today with Families Behind the Badge and our 15K goal. Just over $1,000 away. FBBCF.org or the alternate website, GregStalkerSucks.com. Dawn Stensland, you are the journalist on this program, single sourcing, running with shaky info at best. Your thoughts on Natasha Bertrand, CNN, and the way they are under fire for what they are claiming was an ineffective strike.
Trending on social media, nasty Natasha,
yes.
Nasty girl.
By the way, Elon Musk is getting rid of hashtags, speaking of social media.
Woohoo!
Yeah, no more hashtags.
No more. So I think nasty Natasha got played, but by who? That is the question that I'm curious about. Was it, in fact, somebody, we talked about this week, what if it's an elected member of Congress? Because remember, there were a few top people who were told. This morning, President Trump on Truth Social is writing about Natasha Bertrand, says she should be, all caps, fired from CNN, ... says she should be reprimanded, then thrown out like a dog. We have to get Sean Parrish.
Oh,
He literally said like a dog.
Oh, no.
She lied on the laptop from hell story. Now she lied on the nuclear site story, attempting to destroy our Patriot pilots by making them look bad when in fact they did a great job. And hit the pay dirt, total obliteration. He ends the long post by fire Natasha. That was posted about Nick. That was posted literally within the past 15 minutes.
Okay.
While
I was gasbagging.
The president was listening to Nick Kayal and watching Nick Kayal on YouTube and watching your big take, and he was like, "That's it. Nick is talking about nasty Natasha.
Telling me to hurry up.
Yeah, fire her."
Well, apparently last night, the Trump administration had threatened to sue the New York Times and CNN. Trump's lawyer told the New York Times in a letter, "You must retract and apologize or get sued." The New York Times has rejected. I'm not sure what CNN's statement was. Both outlets, according to everybody's reporting, falsely reported on a leaked and then taken out of context intel assessment. And I actually want to mention those 3 posts that I showed you on YouTube. You can go back and click on the links from the editor of Media Research Center and Newsbusters, and it'll chronicle the full timeline. I tried to condense it the best I could for the sake of 10 to 12 minutes there in the big take. But the big issue at hand here, from what I've read following the full timeline, is what Natasha Bertrand reported on Tuesday versus what she then corrects and edits in, I believe, a written form on Wednesday. That is what CNN and those 2 hacks, Kate Buldan and the other broad, yep, right there. See, there it is. Yeah, that's the Wednesday. That's the revised edition. The original report is what's at question here and what the issue is. And we actually have the initial report. Phil, this is clip K1, and I believe this is Natasha Bertrand on with the morning anchors on CNN News Central. Let's roll her initial report because you will not hear, to my knowledge, the words low confidence and whatever else is in question that was then later updated. Take a look at this.
Yeah, Boris, so this is an early assessment from the Defense Intelligence Agency, which is the Pentagon's intelligence arm. And we do want to emphasize that the intelligence, of course, is ongoing. The collection is ongoing, and the assessments as a result of that intelligence could change. But as of right now, the DIA has produced this intelligence assessment that we are told was based on the battle damage assessment that U.S. Central Command has done following those massive bombings and strikes that the U.S. carried out inside Iran last weekend. And what we are told is that based on the assessments of the damage that these bombs implemented on these nuclear sites, that as of right now, it does not appear that they ended or obliterated Iran's nuclear program. Instead, they only set it back by months, according to people who were briefed on the assessment. Now, these findings are obviously at odds with President Donald Trump's repeated assertions that the strikes, quote, completely and totally obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment facilities, something that has been echoed as well by Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. But we did ask the White House for comment on this, and they appeared to acknowledge the existence of the assessment, but they said that they disagreed with it. According to White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt, she said, quote, this alleged assessment is flat out wrong. She said it was classified as top secret, but was still leaked to CNN by an anonymous low-level loser in the intelligence community. The leaking of this alleged assessment is a clear attempt to demean President Trump and discredit the brave fighter pilots who conducted a perfectly executed mission to obliterate Iran's nuclear program. Everyone knows what happens when you drop 14 30,000-pound bombs perfectly on their targets, total obliteration. Now, it's worth noting that there has been some disagreement within the intelligence community and the defense community about just what kind of impact these massive bunker-busting 30,000-pound bombs would actually have on Iranian nuclear facilities, because they have never been used in combat before.
All right, so Dawn Stensland, I'm curious because in the world of, media journalism, as far as, being the top dog in your profession, you want to be the person that gets all the scoops, all the sources. Hey, this CNN reporter blows away the person on MSNBC. Fox's Peter Doocy, or this guy or that gal crushes Newsmax's top reporter. What is the delicate balance of the rush to be first on a story versus getting it right? Because she has a history of running with bad sources only to have it make it look like she's the fool and the sucker weeks, months, if not years later.
To me, what I see with Natasha Bertrand is she is the go-to girl. In other words, hey, let's get Natasha. She'll say anything. So they leak it to her, and she just regurgitates whatever they tell her.
But whatever happened to a second or a third source? Isn't that journalism 101?
what she doesn't mention here, just a couple of things, is that, you would have discussions on this. You would go to others. She does say the words, this is an early intel assessment. I infer from her that she doesn't understand what that terminology means. So when she says this is an early intel assessment, a lot of people go, oh, well, of course it's early. It's Tuesday morning. You got this yesterday, and this just happened over the weekend. But what we now know about these assessments is it's preliminary, and oftentimes that's why it's top secret and they don't release it, because in essence, I don't even understand. It sounds almost like they're creating a venue by which then they all start investigating and printing on the same or like a shared document almost. I mean, in other words, she should have explained, and maybe she didn't know. She shouldn't have reported it. First of all, if somebody told me that, Nick, and I suspect that it's going to be a member of Congress. I really do.
Well, wouldn't you want to corroborate this and go say,
yeah, because you don't want to look like an idiot,
right? Like, hey, I just had a source tell me X, Y, or Z. Have you heard anything to this effect? Can you confirm, or is there some validity and merit to what my first source is saying? I'm not saying you got to have 4 or 5 sources. We see all these stories, Politico this, Washington Post that, Fox News that, according to 7 sources familiar with the situation. But a single source with the same president again, with multiple issues in the past of failed reporting. I mean, I'm not calling for anybody's job, but my God, can you at least get it right or remotely right? And then the rest of her colleagues, they doubled down in defense of her.
Well, that's my number 2 thing. So when I've worked at any station and they're making an announcement about somebody I work with, and they say, hey, we want you to read such and such statement, I say, nope, I'm not reading. I'm not HR. I'm not reading a statement. Get your HR person. You never read a statement about your colleague because you don't want to be named in the lawsuit. So, and also then it's the sour grapes are on you as well. Yeah. So that was a rookie move by CNN to have those 2 anchor women announcing something about a colleague. They shouldn't have done that. And on this one, I'll just say, of course, you would go back to any sources that you may have and say, what does that mean early? And look at. I know this was historic, and that's the whole point.
Right.
This thing, we've never seen this.
No.
With these types of these deep penetration, huge 30,000 each bombs. I mean, we've never seen anything like it. So I understand it's historic. But in every one of these, if you've covered it, if you had any level of a brain, you would look back at these so-called early assessments by Intel, and you would then deduct for yourself even that oftentimes this is not something that you would report.
Yep, I agree.
Yep. So she got played, and if she loses her job, it's not because she reported what a source says. It's because she could have said, we've debated on whether we should report this, because you know what? These early intel reports essentially give a Nick Kayal percentage. Like you always love to make everything.
I'm a math nerd.
Hey, yeah, right. So hey, we've figured out of the last 20 years, 85 to 95% of these things have been wrong.
Yep.
Like if she had said that, but she said I have a high level source. You know what I mean?
Are the senators who came out of the briefing yesterday wrong when they say, let me quote Chris Murphy here, and I know you're going to say, well, he's a Democrat, but this falls on party lines. We have not obliterated the programs. He accuses the Trump administration of deliberately misleading the public. So are the senators wrong too?
Well, it's not that they're wrong.
Who went into
I mean, when Trump says it was perfect, Trump says everything's perfect. Trump's a classic embellisher.
This falls on party lines. So, that's the problem with this, is you can't find any information because anybody who's pro-administration, like, well, they're lying, they don't know what they're talking about. And then all the Democrats are coming out and saying, no, we didn't obliterate this.
Well, I would like to know the difference between, and it's a wide-ranging gap here. We've heard that their nuclear program has been set back decades. We've heard it's been set back months. I mean, that's a substantial difference. I mean, we're talking 20, 30 years versus what, 3 to 6 months? How do you define success?
It's also very interesting that Tulsi Gabbard was not involved in that hearing yesterday.
Yeah, that still doesn't.
Well, you had, I mean, General, Dan Kane, they call him Raising Kane, but Dan Kane saying that 30,000 pound bombs, dropped on this in a historic matter, exploding like this.
Agreed. I'm saying that the administration is and the fans of the administration are saying one thing, and the other side is saying the other.
They're literally debating what the word obliterated means because they don't want to give credit to this administration for moving in there in an historic military, unbelievable operation and wiping out this program, which is, I believe, at the end of the day, what they're going to say, they wiped out. They wiped out their ability to possess anytime soon nuclear weapons. It was incredible. So they're going to sit here and parse words. Well, it's not exactly obliterated. It's more like wiped out. Like, give me a break.
Well, if that expert in the Middle East is accurate with his assessment that I quoted from whatever Institute of Policy, blah, 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 I have to guess. If I had to, you say I always love to throw out numbers, which I do. I would say that we're probably talking at least 80% towards their goal.
Well, Chris Murphy says, to me, it still appears that we only have set back the Iranian nuclear program by a handful of months. So that's a senator saying that. I'm not saying he's telling the truth.
Right.
And I'm not saying this dopey reporter from CNN, whatever that F her name is, who cares about her. I'm not saying her report's true either. But I'm saying is that we have, this is divided on party lines.
Oh, it's tribal.
The rah-rah Trump administration saying, yeah, we killed everybody and blew up everything. And we have the other side saying, we did, we set it back a couple months.
Right.
So, it's just, the American public gets screwed because both sides are, say we won or no, we didn't win. Mm-hmm. It's just tribal and gross. The whole thing is gross. You're just looking for the truth.
855-839-1210. News to kick off hour 2. And then the Biden administration autopen admission, but yet some contradiction with it. Hour 2's next. Stay there.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC company out for a $59 AC tune-up, and the service tech tells you there are 3 other things that need to be fixed that would cost you hundreds, if not more, dollars? That's because these clowns are really salesmen, not service techs. At Marvin E. Cans, we can't tune up your system for only $59, but we will tune it up for a fair price, and that's all we'll do. If you want an honest HVAC company, then contact us at marvinekanze.com.
Rain's here. Is your yard ready? If water pools near your home, ruins your lawn, or leaks into your basement every time it storms, it's time to call Garden State Earthworks. Their expert drainage solutions stop the damage before it starts. No more standing water, flooded basements, or mosquito swamps. Call 856-848-4444 or visit GardenStateEarthworks.com. Don't wait for the next storm to do more damage. Get it fixed for good with Garden State Earthworks.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with big news. Rescue's Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock. And prices. That's right, the supplements that you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use that code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant, 826-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5400. $24.83. Or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Wellness, WELLNESS, for 33% off on top of the 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving at res-q.com. Do it today.
Achieve your goals with certificates and IRAs from American Heritage Credit Union. Make the most of your money by taking advantage of high earnings averages and flexible terms designed to help you reach your long or short-term goals. Open your account with a low minimum deposit and begin earning on your funds. What are you hoping to achieve? Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/certificates to start saving today. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
It's time to cut your old point of sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Ain't seen nothing yet.
It's Kayal and Company. Hour number 2 underway. 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. Save on stunning high-quality furniture during the incredible 4th of July sale. Bucks County Estate Traders, 20 to 50% off select items store-wide. Visit their showroom in Hatfield or buckscountyestatetraders.com. The sale starts Monday. Now open extended hours as well as Sunday.
Yeah.
By the way,
I wonder if Bucks County Estate Traders loves the Bee Gees in the background. Yeah.
Yeah, you're shopping for a dining room table and you get the Bee Gees.
Nice 70s dining room table. That's what I want to, Platform shoes with fish in them. Like those fish in them.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So far, we are at 88.1% of our $15,000 goal.
I just got some very good news.
Okay.
Woohoo!
Our buddy Road Warrior. He has his own charity, his own company, the independent bike shop.
Yeah, by the way, is he on our team to ride?
I'm going to announce. Can you just wait for a second?
Sure. I'll just dance to the
Just
Bee Gees
dance.
here.
Just dance. Come on.
Dance.
So they're doing their own fundraising. Apparently, our buddy Chris Eppolito was a huge help to that as well. They're going to take the $1,700, almost $1,800 that they have raised, and they're going to combine it with Team 1210.
Woohoo!
Team Kayal and Company.
Awesome.
So does that mean we've hit our goal of 15,000?
Well, I believe so, yes. But hang on. I don't want this to deter people because I want to keep the donations coming because there's a low energy music station that I want to be now. So that's my next goal. Thank you to the Independent Bike Shop in Manahawkin, New Jersey. The guys at Independent Bike Shop, where your bike matters. Thank you, Independent Bike Shop, Manahawkin, New Jersey.
Okay.
I'm going to be there next week doing some rides with Road Warrior. So
next week?
Yeah, a couple days next week.
Cool.
I'll be doing some rides with Road Warrior. So
So prior to that news, we were at 13,216, which means we needed $1,784. I would still like another $1,784 just so I can feel like we kind of did it on our own. Just because 15 is the goal doesn't mean we have to stop there.
1,784 people right now. I'm looking at you, Willow Grove.
Yeah.
I'm just going to start calling out areas.
Yes.
I'm looking at you, Willow Grove.
Yeah.
A big area for 1210 WPHT. Each donate $1. GregStockerSucks.com will get our goal. Do it now.
Yes, and also the Families Behind the Badge wants you to vote for them because they are one of 4 finalists for the Wawa Foundation Hero Award. And by the way, voting ends today at 5 o'clock, so vote now, thewawafoundation.org. thewawafoundation.org.
Did they send out did families send out the videos?
They have the video. They just tweeted a picture of the video of me ranting and raving for 8 seconds. God, I look fat. And it never looks fat until it's I look in the mirror, I don't feel like I've gained a lot of weight, and then I see pictures of me and I'm like, who's that slob?
I don't see it on their
Well, they forgot to put the period in front of my Twitter handle.
No, they're Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation?
Yeah.
On
the
Twitter?
Yeah,
you're going to have to go to the replies. It won't show up in the post because they didn't put the period in front of the @ symbol.
They need to,
That's bad Twitter knowledge.
Yeah, they need to get.
Come on, Jack. Let's go.
Yeah.
Are you new to this?
I'm going to retweet that.
So their top, if you go to Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, FBB Children's, then their pinned tweet is where you vote, and it's really easy because it just says vote for your favorite, and there's families.
Yep.
They put the icon, so all you have to do is do that. Click on it.
Michael in the YouTube chat says, get everybody from Artifacts to donate $1. That's right. Artifacts Brewing there on Main Street is that York Road? York Road in Hatboro. A lot of listeners there. The owner is a huge fan of this radio station.
Cool.
So yeah, everybody at Artifact donate $1. I know you guys can afford it. I've seen that place on a Saturday
got all the intel.
Saturday afternoon, man. It's hopping there.
Soccer's like the human surveillance state.
Artifact Brewing in Hatboro.
All right,
it's a great spot.
So Greg, his video's nice. It's right there. You have to go under replies. You see it?
But Nick's right. He didn't put the dot, so it doesn't. It shows up. So we retweeted it.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Perfect.
All right, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:10. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning. This Friday, TGIF, Friday morning, the 27th of June, 66 degrees and cloudy and a much cooler day in store. What about the unsettled weekend forecast? Hopefully not a rain out. Nick will have that full forecast for you in just a moment. So in the news, as we look at what's going on in and around our area, let's talk about it. We have so much happening. You know what? are you doing the CNN the CDC new guidelines?
No.
Because we talked about the Philadelphia School District. I'll get to them in a moment, so this is the CDC. This is RFK Jr.'s new panel, if you will, and creating controversy. Many pediatricians very upset about what's going on and what the panel has decided. And so the headlines are that RFK Kennedy's new vaccine panel has alarmed pediatricians nationwide. Why? Because U.S. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s new vaccine advisors, that board that we've talked about, they announced inquiries into some questions about children's vaccinations, immunizations. And so they are recommending the flu shot for fall, but there's an asterisk by that. And so they opened their first meeting of Kennedy's handpicked 7-member panel we've talked about, and these were appointees, and they put out the list of immunizations that should be given at different times throughout childhood. And so they're now studying the quote-unquote cumulative impact. They're going to be evaluating as well how 2 other immunizations are administered, one that guards against hepatitis B, and the other combines chickenpox protection with the MMR, measles, mumps, rubella vaccine. So looking at all of that.
So they are now saying there's an asterisk next to even the flu shot for children. That's what I gather.
So they want, as far as children go, they are not advising for young children that you get the flu shot, the one with the controversial preservative in it.
Controversial to who though?
This goes back to that controversy. I dealt with this when, a lot of us have dealt with this when my sons were little.
I can't
which
tell
is
you
why
though. Yeah.
I opted for the nasal one that you just shoot up their nose, which by the way isn't a shot, so it's easier with little kids.
Well,
that does not have the
a spray.
Yeah, there's a
Really?
spray that they can do for little kids, which is way easier because it's really quick.
I think the
and there's
last
no
time,
preservative.
now I know this is adults versus children, but the last time I got the flu shot, I think was 2018, and I was my first year in Nashville. I got it randomly. I was going into the Publix, and I saw the sign, and it was like Halloween, Thanksgiving, somewhere in that area, and I was like, all right, whatever. But after reading the fact that I think, don't quote me on this, but I think it's only about 60% effective, which is really remarkable. I know that's adults versus children, but
The effectiveness of it depends on, because they study Australia because they're down under, so they look at their flu season and they're always tracking the opposite side of the world, and that's how it's a guess. It's like a gamble. And they look at what variants they have, and that's probably what we're going to get.
Just give me all the info, and I'll decide for myself and my family. Thank you.
So, Greg, to your point about this controversy, I'm not sure if they're just trying to restore confidence and say, hey, we're going to look at this preservative that everybody has talked about. Meantime, you can get a flu shot that there is no preservative, but get the flu shot. So are they doing this to restore trust and then have an extensive study and be transparent? I don't have the answer to that.
I think it's a combination of restoring trust or totally dismantling the things that are not scientifically backed to the point where this should be jammed down our throats. Like, in a perfect world, kind of what Stalker said is, give me all of the data. I shouldn't have to go to Australia. I shouldn't have to get a report from a place in London. This is the United freaking States, but we're so compromised by big pharma and profits that, well, yeah, the information might be out there, but boy, they sure don't make it easy for you to find the truth, do they?
By the way, Phil, thank you. He put up the link. So everybody on YouTube, go to the link right now and vote for the Families Behind the Bad Children's Foundation for the Wawa Hero Award, right?
Yeah, and Rick just donated $500.
Rick?
Yeah, Rick Franzen.
Rick Franzen, my man.
Rick.
Look at that.
Woo-hoo.
That is a good.
Awesome.
That is a patriot right there.
That's right.
Thank you, buddy.
Awesome, Rick.
Thanks,
So
Rick.
Philadelphia schools, first in the nation and first school district in the nation in the country to be criminally charged with violations under the Asbestos Hazard Emergency Response Act. And it's also the first use of a DPA case like this against a public school district, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office. So coming down hard, they've been back and forth on this for a 5-year period. And these are charges. Now, what they decided and what the school district accepted. So the school district admitted to this, that they were lax, essentially, that they didn't, keep up with this, because you're required to keep up with all of the testing for asbestos. They did say that a part of this they blamed COVID. They also blamed the high cost. All the costs have gone up to do this kind of environmental mitigation of it's extremely expensive, with asbestos removal and testing and all of that, they say. So they promised to keep up with it, and so we'll move on from there. But I'm waiting for parents to start reacting to this. I don't have a lot of parental reaction.
It's amazing. 300 out of 339. Yeah. Seriously, how much could this cost to remove asbestos?
It's expensive. And that's in some school districts, suburban. I've talked to people behind the scenes where they even debated whether or not, it's better to just give people vouchers. I mean, this ironically kind of makes the whole school voucher programs more valid.
Oh, for sure.
Because because you have all these buildings, as you pointed out, the vast majority of our buildings are aging and loaded with asbestos. Do you really want your kid going do you want to teach there?
Can't they just reallocate some funding? I always hear about budgets and budget meetings. Why don't you figure out what the cost is and see if you can slide the money from Project A to this. Really that difficult? Nobody ever gets anything done.
Yeah, true. And bring back the community schools if they're going to do it. Just repurpose buildings. I would just junk the schools at this point.
I agree.
And
They don't know what the they're doing.
Exactly. I love that drop, by the way.
Speaking of which, and remember that school kids rely on SEPTA. Philadelphia school kids, middle school kids, and all high school children do not have door-to-door bus service like the rest of the nation and everybody else in Pennsylvania and the suburbs. They ride SEPTA. And the Philadelphia school children basically are the biggest customer of SEPTA.
So with being now, what was the numbers that you gave us earlier in round one? Is it 45% below what their goal was
for SEPTA?
For SEPTA,
yeah, it was. They voted unanimously to pass a 45% service cut.
Right.
But as far as budget, they have a $213 million budget shortfall. So $213 million.
So if you took away the public school kids, would SEPTA just go out of business?
Pretty much. So that's why they don't have. So in other words, these kids who don't get the door-to-door service, right, that everybody else gets, they keep SEPTA alive.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So we get that going on, which is not nice. Let's talk about it. Well, I will say that the other story that's a big story that was even making news this morning was the sisterhood of women, widows, who showed up in court this week for the Fitzgerald family. And you mentioned off the very tip top at 5:58 a.m., Nick Kayal, about Sergeant Christopher Fitzgerald, his mom, Pauline, his wife, his widow, Marissa, coming on yesterday and talking about, why they went to court and what they experienced during that guilty verdict for the individual who's going to spend the rest of his life in prison for basically executing Sergeant Fitzgerald. But what a lot of people haven't reported was that there was a real sisterhood in court, widows dating back decades here in Philadelphia. Judy Cassidy, who I talk about all the time, who I've gotten to know, Maureen Faulkner, but all of these different family members coming together. And I think it's an important point to make as you talk about families behind the badge and, the bike ride, which is the nonprofit organization's biggest fundraiser of the year, supporting these children who have to grow up without a parent.
Right. And I love the fact yesterday that you did not mention the murderer's name.
Yeah.
Don't give him the glory.
Talk about, justice for Fitzgerald,
Yep,
right?
Exactly.
So we have that going on. And a very cool forecast. It actually felt good this morning, but I wish we had this weather for today and this weekend during the week and the hot weather for the weekend, Nick.
I hope this weather is exactly the way it is today on July 20th for the bike ride. I need 65 degrees in July if we're going to go 65 miles to Atlantic City. It is 65 right now, high of 72 today. Saturday and Sunday, a beautiful weekend, high 80s, low humidity, not much rain in the forecast. Philly weather brought to you by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. All right, coming up next, the top Biden aide admits to Congress that she directed autopen signatures without knowing who gave her final approval. It's Kayal and Company. We're back after this.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The Joe Conklin Show is Philly sports put to music.
I play like Mr. Softy.
Wildwood in Ocean City, July 11th and 12th. Tickets at JoeConklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Some people like A and others like B. At BMW, we prefer X, like the dynamic X3 designed for ultimate exploration, the X5 with effortless precision and performance, or the X7 where comfort meets a commanding presence. All proudly assembled in BMW's largest plant worldwide in Spartanburg, South Carolina. For those who demand more from every mile, BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Visit BMW of Westchester on Route 202 for a personalized test drive today.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money,
Listen up. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends June 30th. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
I'm Rhett. And I'm Link. And we're the hosts of the podcast Ear Biscuits. We're just two lifelong friends who've been talking about life for a long time.
From being dads to businessmen to all the random things we experience, nothing is off limits.
And now we're talking to you. We're answering your questions, giving advice that you may or may not want to take, and listening to your hilarious stories.
So leave us a voicemail to be part of the show at
1-888-EARPOD-1 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, buongiorno. Dom Giordano here. After nearly 15 years of European splendors, I'm so excited about our tour to Sicily and Calabria. Nobody masters Italy like conservative tours. In fact, our guide Lorenzo and the team all hail from Calabria. Picture the bustling, colorful markets of Palermo, framed by the azure Mediterranean. Admire the awesome beauty of the architecture that recalls the invasions of the Arabs and the Normans. It's a challenge to fully slot Sicily into Italy's culture and nationhood. The Byzantine mosaics of Monreale attest to this distinction. Local wineries where dining events will amaze: Marsala, Trapani, Cefalù, and a remnant of Greek civilization, the Valley of the Temples. All this, $55.44, including airfare. Call 888-733-9493 or go to conservativetours.com. Conclude with one of the best unknown destinations in Italy, Calabria. I'll see you on the cliffs of Taormina. We'll have an Aperol spritz in the afternoon sun. Ciao, Philadelphia.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Friday, Kayal and Company, 7:26. Cut sheet in less than 20 minutes. It's a fairish Friday, officially at 7:45, when Sean joins us from Tennessee.
Sure.
We've had a lot of big stories in the news the last couple of weeks. We got through the CNN, Pete Hegseth, effectiveness of the strike story. The other big story that has been out there this week that's really been, I think, buried to at least the page 3, if you want to call it, is this whole Joe Biden autopen story that has now resulted in testimony on Capitol Hill. As the headline yesterday, top Biden aide admits to Congress she directed autopen signatures without knowing who gave final approval. We've got a couple of clips to play for you, but let me give you the backdrop to this story. So, according to the column that I have, Fox as well as The Hill, a former top aide to President Joe Biden said she was authorized to direct autopen signatures, but was unaware of who in the president's inner circle was giving her final clearance. That, according to a source familiar with the aide's closed-door testimony in front of Congress on Wednesday. Neera Tanden is the former director of Biden's Domestic Policy Council. She testified for hours on Wednesday during an interview in front of her Oversight House Committee, which is investigating the former president's mental acuity and his use of an automatic signature tool that allowed aides to sign pardons, memos, and other important documents on Biden's behalf. During Tanden's interview before Congress, which lasted more than 5 hours, she told lawmakers that in her role as staff secretary and senior advisor to the former president between 2021 and 2023, she was authorized to direct autopen signatures on behalf of Biden. The system of approval used, according to Tanden's testimony, relayed to Fox News and other outlets, was inherited from previous administrations, to which I would say, well, no other administration had a POTUS that was brain dead. So that's not necessarily apples to apples. Tanden, who reportedly said during her testimony that she had limited interactions with Biden in her role, according to sources familiar with her testimony, described an approval process that left her, at least partly, in the dark about who specifically was giving final approval on the decisions to use the automatic signature tool, even though she simultaneously insisted that Joe Biden was in charge, which to me, when I read that and I comprehend and process this, that's a total and a complete contradiction. Let's go to a couple of clips here. Phil Almquist, let's start with K3. This is Neera Tanden. She is the one that we just referenced and the quotes that I gave you that testified. Let's roll clip K3.
A brief comment. Thank you. I just spoke with the House Oversight Committee, Majority and Minority Council. I answered every question, was pleased to discuss my public service, and it was a thorough process, and I'm glad I answered every question.
Was there an effort to disguise President Biden's condition?
Absolutely not.
And she walks away. That right there is the visual of the lady that had the auto pen that could very well have her fingerprints all over plenty of disasters from the Biden administration. Now I want to go to K2, Phil. This is Theodore Wold on Capitol Hill laying the law down on what exactly you can and cannot do with the auto pen. Clip K2, roll it.
A number of your colleagues on the Democrat side have said, well, there's an OLC opinion here. We don't need to talk anymore. There's an OLC opinion. It says you can use the auto pen. The opening paragraph of that OLC opinion says you can use the auto pen, but only when the president directs that you do so under his decision-making power, right? It is very clear again and again that the president actually has to make the decision. That cannot be delegated to a staffer or an advisor. And there's no indication here that anyone other than staff were making these decisions.
So you think about it. We are now 1 year removed from the end of Biden's political career, that disastrous debate where he was a complete and unmitigated disaster on stage on CNN. Does anybody actually believe, with what we've seen from Joe Biden a year ago, that this guy was in the right frame of mind mentally, sharp enough, despite Joe Scarborough saying, oh, he's cogent, he's as sharp as he's ever been. Do you think Joe could read hundreds and hundreds of pages in bills and documents and policy? Do you think he was really calling a shot? I know that's a rhetorical question. I know what the audience thinks. The answer is no. But you think about this. You have this lady here, Neera Tanden, and think about all the things that drove us nuts during the Biden presidency, whether it was COVID policies, EV mandates, student loan forgiveness, military issues, disastrous withdrawals. Think about what Doge has uncovered, all of the spending. Do you think Joe Biden was aware that our tax dollars was going to third world countries for absurd causes that you wouldn't believe unless Doge and Big Balls, which, by the way, report came out last night from Wired that the Trump administration and the White House just rehired Big Balls, gave him a full-time job in the administration So apparently Big Balls needed like a 4-day vacation. You know, he's 19, probably wanted to live his life, go down to Wildwood for a little bit, and now he's back to doing what Big Balls does. But with all the spending and the causes in countries that we've never heard of for ridiculous policies, does Joe Biden have a clue what was going on? And how can this lady sit there and say she was basically the autopen person, but have limited interaction with the guy that she's using the signature of, and then, well, I don't really know who the final orders were coming from. So that leaves us, I would think, Dawn, just to speculate. Was it Nancy Pelosi? Was it Dr. Jill Biden herself? Is it AOC? Is it Chuck Schumer? Is it Barack Obama? Is it another squad dem? Is it somebody, quote, in the deep state that we've never seen a face or a voice or a name of? Who was actually running the country? Because it is an unbelievably difficult sell to convince anybody with a functional brain that Joe Biden was calling the shots. You can love Trump, like Trump, be indifferent on him, although I don't know how that's possible. You can hate his guts. But you know it's a Trump production.
Mm-hmm.
He's the one calling the shots, for better or worse. It's one of these things, Dawn, it reminds me of when I was in sports, where you had a head coach and a general manager and a vice president of operations, and you never really knew who was, you know, running the operation. And too many cooks in the kitchen. Well, it could have been this guy, and then this guy takes credit, but this guy doesn't want to take the blame. What do you make of this?
You know, I think it does bring up a point of these autopens. I think it's in part why we see President Trump doing these signings with the press there on camera.
With the Sharpie.
With the Sharpie.
At his desk.
And you see how it probably goes, because the person, you know, who's holding all the documentation will give a brief summary of it. You know, presumably they've had background conversations, but in this, they give a brief summary for the media, for everybody, and then he signs it. I actually think that's a great process. Why not in this digital age, for the history books, if for no other reason, for their libraries, their presidential libraries, have everybody just sign it, at least on video, to capture it. Now, it could be a wide shot in the room. You turn on the whatever camera up like we have here on YouTube. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Why not just record it for the history books? Why not? And so that would eliminate any question that somebody behind the scenes, you know, is doing this autopen. But the autopen goes way back.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if you look at the history of it, it's not something new. It's something that we're hearing about out of concern that Biden really didn't know what was going on.
And I understand, you know, that there's precedent for this, and then there's the history of it, of, you know, administrations using it. But we've never had a president in my lifetime, which is, you know, 41 years, and my lifetime will be wrapped up in about the next 19 to 20.
Stop.
That we've had a president.
It's always funny. It will always be funny.
It will always be funny. You're damn right it will be. We've never had a guy like this. I mean, and I didn't even mention Kamala. Was Kamala really the one calling the shots? And remember what she said when Sonny Hostin nuked and ended her political career. Would you change anything about the Biden administration? And she says, no, I can't think of anything that I would change. Now, that was a terrible answer, but what if it was, in fact, Kamala calling the shots? So then you're led to believe, well, of course she wouldn't change anything. She's the one that was sitting there signing off on all of this, or forcing this off to autopen broad number 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when you look at the whole concept of this autopen, how many people, I mean, think about this. You have, in any walk of life, somebody in their 80s, elderly, not with it, compromised mentally and or physically. How many times are there people trying to get ahead in life that take advantage of a senior citizen in any capacity, right? You don't think in Washington, D.C., of all places, in the swamp, with Joe Biden asleep at 6:30 p.m., that there's not documentation being signed off while he's in La La Land dreaming of fudge pops? I mean, come on.
Well, you know, Ronald Reagan was president until 1989. There were all of those stories that he apparently, you know, did have the dementia and had some different issues. Nancy, at the time, was, you know, if you look back at how she's remembered.
Am I president, Mommy?
Yeah. You know what I mean? There are those jokes. We got mommy and we got daddy.
I think it's pretty true.
It was actually never say that daddy thing. It is cringe effing creepy.
What is?
My God.
The whole Trump daddy.
I did a whole thing on it.
It's gross. It's gross.
I'm your daddy.
Yeah, it's
and
gross.
now I'm getting I get all the fundraising stuff from every elected official, and now it's like they called me daddy.
It's cringe.
I like to be called Big Papa personally.
Getting back to Ronald Reagan, yes, it is. I mean, it's not a.
Oh, and I'm sure it's happened under a Republican as well.
It's not a.
Did he call you daddy?
It's not a conspiracy. You have some issues, my dear. You
what,
really do.
Daddy issues?
I don't know. You have something.
Daddy.
It's creepy.
Daddy wasn't there.
No, but I think that that's what they've said. So was that happening under Reagan as well? And so that brings me to say, be careful what you wish for. Because if they start investigating this, then somewhere along the line, somebody's going to say, well, let's go back in history and let's investigate everybody. So, I think what the better thing to do is look forward and say, why don't we just from now on do these signings seriously? Just capture a video. You don't have to release it you don't have to release it necessarily. You don't have to do it in front of the press necessarily, but you're capturing it.
Mm-hmm. 855-839-1210 if you would like to jump in. Coming up next, we head down to Tennessee. It is a fairish Friday.
Sure.
Yes, sir. We will talk with you. Coming up next as we get ready for the last cut sheet of the week. Stay there. It's Kayal and Company, and we're back after this.
You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now, and I can tell you there is a Chapman difference. Core values centered right around high-quality workmanship, outstanding service, exceptional products, and a team that empowers you rather than, trying to sell you something. And it's the reason I've stuck with Chapman for many years now, because I do believe that there is this Chapman difference. Mike and Mark Chapman, they started their own business, but 30 years ago at this point in Chester County. And as their business has grown, their families have grown. They're great people. I trust them. And I believe the Chapman name is synonymous with integrity. You can call them. You can text them, 610-431-8898. You can take a virtual tour, see all the before and afters of their great work. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. They have all kinds of financing offers available. Go ahead, dream a little bit. Do what I did. Reach out to Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. Tell them Dawn sent you.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month. A savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Heading to the shore and dreaming about upgrading your home? Kitchen Magic can help you fall in love with your kitchen again. We're family-owned, American-made, and tariff-proof, so your remodel stays on budget. This June only, enjoy 24 months, same as cash financing. Don't wait. Get started today at kitchenmagic.com or call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic since 1979.
Hey, this is Larry Steinmetz with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Okay, so the quantum network protocol is optimized, the microservices are containerized, and I just ran a multi-threaded diagnostic.
Yeah, that was a lot of words. So my email won't keep crashing anymore, right?
Only if you try to send an attachment larger than 2 petabytes, but no promises.
Gilbert, did you just use petabytes in a sentence?
I know, right?
Hey, IT twins, is it fixed or what?
That's what we just said.
CompuTrex. All that matters is we know what we're talking about. IT for your small business. You want to talk? We're here. More at CompuTrex.com.
Turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, everybody.
Mustard. Kayal Company, 7:45. It is a Friday morning. That means the cut sheet has arrived. And with the cut sheet on a Friday, straight from Murfreesboro, Tennessee, comes Sean Farish. Woo! What's up, sir?
Good morning. I'm just crunching some numbers now that there's a report that Andrew Cuomo may not be dropping out of the New York City mayor's race, and it's still not good news for anybody who doesn't want to live in New London, right? It's still not good news. It's unfortunate, but even if Cuomo steals 20% of the Democrat vote, Adams steals 10% of the Democrat vote based off of 2021 numbers, Mamdani still wins by 20 points. New York City is cooked.
So
yeah,
Curtis Sliwa should just stick to his radio show, is what you're saying?
You know, what I'm saying is look, even if, and it's not even a shot at Curtis, because I helped him out. I was campaigning with him in 2021, and he ran a very spirited campaign. Even if Curtis Sliwa drops out and somehow endorses Andrew Cuomo, which, I mean, that would be very interesting, you're going to have to convince New York City voters to vote for Cuomo, and I just don't think it's going to happen. Like, I think this election is already unless Cuomo siphons away, 30+% of the vote, I think this thing is already over.
Yeah.
Don't So,
tend to agree.
I know a lot of people are going to say, but what if, but what about this, but what about that? I'm sorry. The numbers don't suggests that
as
there's
Jasmine
a possibility.
Crockett, as Jasmine Crockett would say, the math ain't mathin'.
Yeah, the math ain't mathin'. And I'll say one more thing. I think the collateral damage of the New York City mayoral race is now that all this national attention's on New York City, it's not going to be on Jersey. So, you're going to see a lot of attention taken away from.
That's a great point.
That potential race.
That's a great point. I also noticed, I loved your tweet the other day, Sean, that you put out that said, Tennessee is full. we don't want it's closed. We don't need anybody anymore.
Listen, to any liberals, because sometimes we get a few. So to any liberals who are maybe listening to this, thinking I got to get out of New York City.
Yep.
You don't want to come to Tennessee, though.
No,
okay, there's too many Republicans. There's too many guns. You can't chop off your children's genitals. You can't. The taxes are way too low.
Right.
The housing is too affordable. ICE is welcome. You don't want to come here.
Nope.
So don't do it. It's closed. We're closed. We don't want you.
I left, you went, and then it was that. That's no vacancy. Move on.
That's it.
Moss.
Find
It's
another
closed.
state.
No
All right.
mas.
Greg Stocker, what do you got lined up at 7:48 there,
so
buddy?
Much.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's in the cut sheet on this Friday? A fairish Friday, sponsored by our good friends and great sponsor, Rita's Italian Ice. Rita's is making waves with new Kool-Aid Charcoalberry Thin Ice with a fun mix of tropical fruit flavors in every bite. It's the must-try treat of the summer. Don't wait. Try Kool-Aid Charcoalberry Thin Ice at Rita's today. Be Kool-Aid at Rita's. I'll probably get a Rita's today as I'm waiting for 7 hours at the DMV to get my license renewed. There's a Rita's right next door. I'll have to get some Kool-Aid Charcoalberry Thin Ice as I'm pulling my hair out at the DMV.
You're going to start.
By the way, the DMV is really bad in Tennessee too, so don't come here. To the liberals.
You're going to start your weekend by sitting in line at the DMV?
I have to, man. I have to.
There might not be a worse way to start a weekend than being at the DMV.
I know.
Hey, at least it'll give you a bit of reason to drink.
Or take that Charcoalberry Thin Ice from Rita's. Thank you, Rita's. All right, it is the 1-year anniversary. Nick mentioned this earlier. It is the 1-year anniversary of the President Trump-Joe Biden debate that ended his career effectively.
So happy we beat Medicare.
This is just a little highlight of just going in the Wayback Machine. Let's reminisce a little bit from 1 year ago today, June 27th, 2024, the debate that ended it all. Roll it.
That $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. Billionaires in America, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. With dealing with everything we have to do
Trump's
with.
face in this is amazing.
Look,
that's how I used to look at my pop-up.
We finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicaid, beat it to death.
And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with
You think he's in there thinking, boy, I got this in the bag?
Asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
That was
that's amazing.
When my wife and daughters moved back up from Tennessee, that was like night number 3 that they were there, and my daughters are in bed, and I'm watching it with my wife, and my wife's giving me the side eye because she knows I'm starting to get like pumped up. I'm pumping I'm like, he's collapsed. I'm like, here we go, baby, here we go. It's like a sporting event. And then
These
we had
scenes
the
from
coup.
In Bed with Nick Kayal.
Yeah, laying in bed there,
I remember last year, I had a flight to catch the following morning to go out to Washington State to do an event out there for a county Republican party, and my wife and I were getting ready. I got a late start on grilling at our apartment complex, so one of the grills they had there, and I was like, oh my gosh, we're gonna miss the debate, and so we ran in. We ran out. I got these. Let me just tell you, I grilled these beautiful pork chops, right? And they were so nice. They were so beautiful. And so we ran in, and I'm getting ready to eat. I turned the debate on. We're going back into the apartment. I got it streaming on my phone. We hear, Tapper and Dash, and this is CNN and the debate. And so we get in, and the debate starts. And I'm just sitting there, and I hear, Biden's opening remarks, and I'm like, wait a second. And we look at the TV. I said, what is wrong with him? Like, there's no way he's going to do the whole debate like this. And he did. We both sat there the whole night like this. Oh my! I was like, this is it. Like this is it. And it was bad. Bad.
Yep. He did not have the energy. He was not hopped up on whatever they've given him in the past, possibly to give him.
We had jet lag and a cold, Nick.
Yeah, cold, right? Yeah.
And remember, somebody, Scott on the YouTube chat pointed out how this was also the evening where Jill Biden trotted him out and said how good he did.
Oh, you were magnificent.
Donald Trump never lied. He lied. I was like, Oh my!
Well,
and then 2 weeks after that, he had a big boy press conference. Like they treated him like a toddler.
I know.
Well, last year, as we wrapped up the bike ride in Atlantic City, literally as we pulled into our tent for pictures, everybody started coming up to me. Biden just dropped out.
I got to tell you, as far as content goes, nothing will beat the summer of 2024.
Greatest year of radio
between the debate, Biden dropping out, Trump assassination attempt. I mean, it was just like it was 3 weeks of insanity. Well, guys, I think you should be upset and nervous because Harry Sisson and Don Lemon have teamed up to bring the Republicans down.
I knew he was gay. I knew it.
Are they doing a show?
I knew it.
Roll this. Cringe.
Almighty.
Yeah, look at the way Sisson's walking, by the way. He definitely, something happened before they shot that.
Cringe. Cringe,
You know that?
guys.
What is that, an ad for Abercrombie and Fitch?
Look at not a.
I think it's an ad for Pride Month.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Not a hair on either of them, by the way.
Hey, it's Harry Sisson for Hollister.
Oh God.
I don't know who got treated worse, Harry Sisson or the goats in the Ayatollah's cave.
Oh my God.
It's a sin.
I mean, seriously, think about the guys that the Democrats roll out, whether it's David Hogg, it's Harry Sisson. Who's the other guy? We still can't grow a facial hair. There's another one. You're trying to appeal to men, and you trot out Don Lemon and Harry Sisson.
Yeah.
Keep it up.
It's just
fine by me.
I'm telling you, the Don Lemon Harry Sisson video is not going to help the gay rumors about Harry Sisson. I'm just saying. And I am going to be a reason why that's the case.
By the way, Sean brought up Mamdani. He was on CNN last night, and Aaron Burnett asked if he liked capitalism. You guys are going to be shocked, I tell you, to hear this. 25, Phil. 25, go.
So when people say democratic socialist, right, and I'm curious what you think this means. I mean, do you like capitalism?
No, I have many critiques of capitalism. And I think ultimately the definition for me of why I call myself a democratic socialist is the words of Dr. King decades ago. He said, call it democracy or call it democratic socialism. There must be a better distribution of wealth for all of God's children in this country. And that's what I'm focused on is dignity and taking on income inequality. And for too long, politicians have pretended that we're spectators to that crisis of affordability. We're actually actors, and we have the choice to exacerbate it, like Mayor Adams has done, or to respond to it and resolve it, like I'm planning to do.
I'll give my take to that in a second, but I want to just proposition Sean here with a question. So what is worse, Sean Farish, being a Jets fan or seeing your city now possibly operated and controlled by a socialist with city-owned grocery stores? Which one's more painful for you?
I think I would say probably being a Jets fan because I'm in Tennessee, so what happens in New York City really doesn't matter.
I know.
But the Jets still lose every week no matter what, and I still figure out a way to find out how badly they played. You know, I don't pay for Sunday ticket because who the hell is going to pay $500 to watch that? Okay? But when it comes to, you know, so New York City, you can move away. When you are essentially alive because of the Jets, right? Like that's part of the reason why my parents came together, right? So like the Jets brought me into this world and they're going to take me out. Okay? Like, you know, and so they played a role. You know, so you know, my voice was always raspy, right? Because I was 5 years old. Rich Kotite or something was the head coach. Yeah. So it's like I was screaming and yelling like, "Why do they suck?" I didn't realize at that age I'd be saying the same thing 30 years later. Right. So like, you know, it's I am permanently scarred physically because of that team.
Yeah.
So I'm always going to be drawn back to that 15,000 car pileup on the interstate that is New York Jets football, right? So I would say they're worse than the New York City. The Jets are worse than socialism. What does that say about them?
That's really remarkable. I just love this distribution of wealth. I mean, if I'm Aaron Burnett or if I'm any host and that's the answer I get, I'm immediately responding with, well, why do we have to distribute the wealth? Shouldn't you be able to keep everything that you earned, whether it's, on merit-based or right place, right time, whether it's, you walked into wealth because daddy was wealthy, whatever it is. Why do we have to distribute wealth so that everybody can have the equal? It goes back to the whole diversity, equity, and inclusion mantra with this concept of equity. I'm all for equality. We should all be treated with respect and dignity and yada, yada, yada. But man, life is about going out there and grabbing it by the balls, right? Big balls style. And you should not feel sorry if you reach the pinnacle of your profession and all of a sudden somebody has less because whether they didn't work hard, they weren't talented enough, or maybe they had a bad break, they became disabled, whatever it is. The mere notion of the distribution of wealth just infuriates me. I'm not sure how you feel about that.
I don't look when you talk about the hard-earned money and the hard-earned assets and the hard-earned wealth of the American citizen, whoever it might be, the government has no right to take it away from you and give it to other people. So I look at socialism. I look at any whether it's socialism, communism, socialism light, whatever it is. Whenever I start hearing about redistribution of wealth, I become very upset and immediately tuned out of the rest of what that person can say, right? Yeah. It's just, I will never, when you're, Eric Adams, categorized him as a snake oil salesman.
Yeah.
And honestly, if you're Eric Adams, you got to be a little bit more aggressive than that. Just call the guy a terrorist, would you please? Like, what do you have to lose?
Yeah.
Okay?
It's true.
Go out there in the middle of New York City and say, if this guy was running for mayor in 2001, he would have been cheering when the towers came down. Someone's got to say it.
Yeah.
Someone's got to say it, even if it's not true. Yeah. You have to say it because if you run this softest baby poo politically correct campaign in New York City, that guy's a lock. Someone's got to do it, right?
What does it say if Eric Adams, of all people, is calling you a snake oil salesman? This is a guy who made a political pivot, a full 360 in 9 months from the moment he was indicted or he was investigated. Remember when his place was raided by the FBI? Yep. As soon as he started speaking out against the current or the previous administration, he all of a sudden became persona non grata as well.
Yeah, this is a guy last year who said, we're going to move the illegal immigrants to New York, private residences. And I'm sitting there going, oh, my gosh. And then he gets indicted, and he's like, I love Donald Trump. He starts in, Mayor Goo-Goo, you can Goo-Goo that. I call him Mayor Goo-Goo.
It's funny.
Because this guy speaks like he's a fifth grader.
Well,
come on.
He sounds like Tracy Morgan. And Sherelle Parker looks like Tracy Morgan.
Very good point. It's a very good point. We should merge her face and his speaking pattern.
I wonder if Eric Adams can spell eagles.
No, probably not.
By the way,
there we go.
All right, it's too long. It's too long. It's too long.
It's 5 seconds.
Sorry, it's too long.
All right, Jimmy. Moving forward, 3 sec limit on the drops.
Speaking of New York.
What about it?
A group of teens, this is amazing to me. This video is courtesy of Inside Edition. This is 28. They were seen, and when teens in quotation, they were seen stuffing a swan. They stole a swan.
What?
And
the actual animal?
Yeah. There's a swan, which I guess is on the endangered species list.
Yes, and they mate for life.
Oh.
And so if you kill... So do what?
Cardinals.
Oh, really?
Really?
I didn't know that.
But swans, so the one at the Morris Arboretum, the female got stuck in the pipe, and the poor guy, the male, is just like, they mate for life, so if one dies, that's it. It's the saddest thing.
Well, apparently this swan was the parent to 4 baby swans. But these hooligans stole the swan and stuffed it into their Prius. The swan has not been seen from, by the way. Roll this video.
Outrage over the abduction of one of Mother Nature's most magnificent creatures, a swan. The suspect was caught running down the street with the giant swan tucked under his arm. Then he stuffs the bird into the back seat of the getaway car with his buddies. The 4 knuckleheads are cracking up as they take off.
It was a little brutal. You can tell they had experience holding these birds.
Stephanie Santiago witnessed the swan napping.
One of them was
swan napping.
with a stupid smile on his face, and I.
Can you stop?
By the way, the swan's bigger than the getaway vehicle.
What's the? I don't know the ethnicity of these. Well, I don't know where they're from, but are they gonna eat it? like why are they stealing?
Oh, that was a thing, right?
Yeah, yes,
they're eating the dogs.
Yes, well, that's what I'm saying.
They're eating the cats.
What are they doing with said swan?
How do you like your swan?
Well, listen, I knew someone.
Yeah.
Back in the day, who may or may not have done this to a goose. And as to play a prank on somebody. So I don't know if they're playing I knew of this happening.
Well, there's
15 years ago. The statute of limitations is probably run out on that.
A swan goes for anywhere around $4,000 to $5,000.
Stop looking at me, swan.
It is possible to eat swan. It is described as dark, lean, and can be gamey or tough. Ugh. It can be compared to duck with a mild and clean taste.
Well,
First of all. If you eat any waterfowl around New York City, you're going to grow a third leg. I'm telling you right now.
Avian bird flu.
It's going to be worse than bird flu and whatever that new strain of COVID that's causing quote unquote razor blade throat because they haven't been dramatic enough. Yeah. If you eat any sort of waterfowl in or around the New York City area, you're going to die. I'm just going to say that, or you're going to mutate. And you're gonna look like I don't know, like you're gonna come out. You're gonna have something looking like Voldemort in Harry Potter. I'm telling you, it's gonna be a mess.
Well, there are certain places like in Haiti and stuff like that where they take animals like this and sacrifice them to their voodoo gods or something. Don't they? Yeah. Don't they do seriously?
Swan hunting and consumption are legal in some states, including Alaska, Utah, Nevada, North Carolina, Virginia, Delaware, North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana, and Idaho.
But maybe Dawn's correct. Maybe they're just because there's such a big bounty on the swan's head that maybe they're just going to sell it.
It says it's banned in New York. You cannot swan hunt in New York.
Roll a little bit more of this video.
You're going to see me again. And when you see me, you won't be smiling.
Swans are known for being territorial and making loud noises if a human gets too close. But the snatched swan is a species known as a mute swan. These swans are even quieter, so she didn't make a lot of noise when she was taken. To make this all the more upsetting, the swan had just given birth, and her lifelong mate has been calling out in distress, desperate for his long-lost love.
Oh, that's horrendous.
Stephanie shared her video of the theft, and the Howard Beach community in Queens, New York, leapt into action.
The community was enraged. These birds are a fixture in our community. They have families, they have babies, they reproduce.
A resident spotted the suspects and called cops.
They have apprehended the vehicle that was used and involved with the swan abduction, and the vehicle and the occupants unfortunately have no swan with them.
So, what happened to the abducted swan from Queens? Unfortunately, it's a mystery.
Mm-hmm. We don't know if we'll ever see that bird again.
Nope.
Police are investigating.
They chopped his head off.
Man.
I think it's a hate crime. The swan was white, by the way.
Apparently, animal rights activists are fearing, to your point about the sacrifice, that it may have been used in some kind of a sacrifice as part of a ritual. And so that is a legitimate piece of the Queen's investigation.
I want to know where these kids are from.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Can I just say it?
Yeah.
You saw, what these kids kind of looked like.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say it. Import the third world, become the third world. Okay. Right? What do you think? Things are going to get better? You know what? If Mom Donnie wins, this is going to happen to more swans. Yeah. Because you know why else? You're not going to have anything to eat in New York City because they're going to do city-controlled grocery stores. So they're going to start eating bird.
Bring back the bare shelves.
Yeah.
That's it. Bare shelves Zoran or whatever the hell his name is.
We are all animal lovers on the show, so this disgusts me.
That's horrible.
In a huge way.
You think there's any X feeds dedicated to the missing swan?
God. But Sean, what you said, you're 100% right. I mean, this is what happens. You know what I mean? Everybody's welcome here. Okay, good.
How does anybody arrive at the conclusion one day that I'm just going to go swipe a swan and stick it in the back of a Prius?
Yeah.
By the way, The ACLU is probably already out saying, don't deport those kids. They're just looking for a better life. So,
So they're not releasing the names of the suspects.
Shocking.
Oh,
because they're minors, right?
I think only one is a minor.
So why are they not releasing the names then?
I mean, the New York Post took screenshots of the arrest and they're showing the individuals, but they're not naming them, the authorities.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. The media and the cover-up so they can save their asses is just disgraceful. Find these kids at firing squad.
Yep.
Thank you.
And they're not releasing whether or not the 4 alleged perpetrators, are they Native American?
Yes.
Are they native to this nation? Or
Pocahontas was a Native American, right? She said she was a Native American. And then they took her face off. They took her face off the butter. Remember that? They removed the Indian and they kept the land. Imagine that. Not supposed to do that. Trail of Tears.
Nick did his big take, and we spent a lot of the 6 o'clock hour debating the CNN report on the status of Iran's nuclear program. In question is the CNN report. Natasha Bertrand, who first had the report, she was on with Caitlin Collins last night, doubling down on her claims. This is cut 32, Phil.
My lead source tonight is CNN's Natasha Bertrand, who covers national security and was one of the reporters on this exclusive story that CNN broke the other day. And Natasha, it's great to have you here tonight. Just in terms of what we are hearing today and that briefing that we saw from the defense secretary this morning, which the president, I should note, announced as they were flying back last night together from the Netherlands. I wonder what you made of what he said and what you know based on your reporting.
Well, look, Caitlin, I think that the big takeaway from this briefing was that the Secretary of Defense confirmed our reporting. He confirmed that there was this very preliminary DIA assessment that, in his words, and as we have confirmed, was low confidence in nature because it was produced very soon after these strikes took place. It was an initial look at just what kind of damage was done by these U.S. military strikes. And I think, the DIA assessment, according to our sources, it said that the strikes did not appear to have destroyed, at least at first glance, given all of the information that they had available to that time at that time, the core components of Iran's nuclear program, and said that based on that, because it was unclear at that point just how much damage these bombs had done to the underground facilities where those core components are stored, including the enriched uranium, including the centrifuges, then it appeared at that time that the program had only been set back by a few months. Now, the briefing today did not do much to give us any new information that would dispute that, and that is largely because the intelligence community is still gathering intelligence about it. That is what they're expected to do, as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane, said earlier today. He said, look, we're not going to do the battle damage assessment. That is up to the intelligence community. But he did lay out, as you said, a lot of interesting and really fascinating details about all of the decade-plus work that went into preparing for this kind of military operation, making sure the bombs hit their targets at exactly the right angle, the right speed, the right time. I mean, that is enormously difficult. And he did say that those bombs were believed to have gone down those ventilation shafts at Fordo nuclear facility, which is enormously important because, of course, if they go down those shafts, that indicates that there's going to be an explosion below ground, which is really key. But I think, one of the biggest questions also is what happened at the other facilities, because the U.S. military carried out strikes on Natanz nuclear facility, on Isfahan nuclear facility. And we don't know what the impact there was because the Secretary of Defense and the chairman really did not touch on that. So still a lot to be learned, I think, about this military operation, Kayla.
So, Sean, earlier this morning, that was the big take. We got into whether you believe Trump and Hegseth or a CNN reporter with a checkered history of getting things wrong and running with things that were not correct. But it's amazing to me that we've reached the point with low-level CNN that they are doing these mental gymnastics over what the definition really is of the term obliterated. Like, they're so caught up on Trump's hyperbole and rhetoric and his terminology that he uses that they're willing to basically nuke their credibility over the littlest, I would almost say, ticky-tack thing is obliterated. Was it a success? I think it was. Was it 100%? I don't know. Nobody really knows. But the way they frame it, it's almost as if they're rooting for America to fail against Iran. Yeah. It's staggering to me.
I agree. If they need help with the definition of first of all, with CNN, it still shocks me that they gave Scott Presler a job at CNN. I mean, because Caitlin Collins, you look at her, and Scott always says that. He always says that she looks like him, which is not a compliment. Okay, so,
to him maybe it is, right?
To him, it's a compliment.
He has better hair.
It's not a compliment. Yeah. He definitely has better hair. But and we love Scott, but. If CNN needs help with the definition of obliterated, compare their ratings in 2016 to their ratings now.
Good one.
Obliterated. Okay? So there it is. Then they wouldn't need any help anywhere else. That's it.
But you know what? Earlier, Greg played the clip 1 with the initial reporting that Nasty Natasha, as they're calling her on social media, Bertrand.
Rocky and Bullwinkle, by the way.
And she never... And she never says in that initial report that I heard the words low confidence. She says early assessment. She says early, but she never says low confidence in that initial report.
And remember, you go back in the day, CNN would be able to get away with this. But I gave you those screen grabs with the sourcing and the links from Media Research Center and Newsbusters that shows low confidence, and then the other term that they apparently claimed was in the initial report on Tuesday are nowhere to be found in the transcript. Not until Wednesday, when they updated the story, were those words put in. See, they think they haven't learned anything. They're not going to... X has now become... And look, there's plenty of fake stuff on X. Trust me, there's plenty of fake garbage on X.
Oh, plenty.
But X is a great place where you can totally provide a receipt for what the legacy media said or did. I mean, how many times did we play montages? Bibi Netanyahu, right? 30 years we've been hearing about Iran, nuclear weapons from Bibi. The Joe Biden, he's sharp as a tack. Joe Scarborough. There's a lot of good stuff where nowadays, which goes to show you how stubborn and stupid CNN is, that they're tripling down on this with multiple hosts and anchors in defense of a lady who has been exposed 4 times now as way off on her sourcing and her reporting. I'm not calling for her to be fired, but I don't believe her.
No, you can't believe anything that comes out of Natasha Bertrand's mouth. You have to believe. You have to take the thought process of if her lips are moving, there's lies being told. That's where you have to start, and then you can do your own research and say, she's claiming that water's wet. Let me go take a shower and find out if that's still the case. And then you come out and you go, all right, she's right about that. Probably not right about much else.
The problem I have with this whole thing, and I said this earlier, is that this issue, which should not be a partisan issue, you know what I mean, is divided on party lines. And it's the fans of the Trump administration saying, no, it's a complete success, and we demolish everything. And it's the Democrats and the legacy media saying, no, not so fast on there. Case in point, Chris Murphy from Connecticut, who was in the briefing yesterday. Well, I mean, this is a senator saying basically what Natasha Bertrand is saying. Roll this. Cut 18, Phil. Do you have it here? Cut 18. Go.
Listen, I appreciate the briefing. This briefing should have happened immediately after these strikes. There's a real question as to why the Director of National Intelligence is not allowed to be in these briefings. That's a question that we should get answered. Listen, to me it still appears that we have only set back the Iranian nuclear program by a handful of months. There's no doubt there was damage done to the program. But the allegations that we have obliterated their program just don't seem to stand up to reason.
Okay. So just because he's a senator, I don't take anybody at their word. I challenge and question everything on a case-by-case basis.
Well, you're taking Pete Hegseth at his word.
No, here's the way I would describe this. As I said earlier in the first hour, was it 100% success? Was it total obliteration? I have no idea, but I would say if you're to think about it this way, I want you to visualize this. Picture a football field, right? And let's say, you're in your own territory, inside your own 20. That would be, they set Iran back a few months. You get all the way to the goal line, you punch it in for a touchdown. That was complete obliteration. I believe north of the 50-yard line, that Trump on that side, we're probably somewhere in the 20 to anywhere from, we're in the red zone, put it that way, inside of the 20. I don't fall for propaganda. Is it 100%? I have no idea. I think it's definitely on the side of, hey, we're in the red zone, we're in scoring position. And look, there's a big difference between months of a setback versus decades, right? I mean, you don't got to be a rocket scientist to figure that one out. Are they 3 to 6 months destroyed? Are they 20 years setback? I don't know, but the nature of the media to not even really highlight how unbelievable this mission was. They flew 37 hours to go in and out in 25 minutes, and it was tight-lipped. Remember, there was no leaks on this at all. And this has been an administration for 2 cycles where there's always somebody in there chirping, and nobody said a word. But now, all of a sudden, there's a rogue leaker, possibly from Congress, that is feeding a tainted reporter with a shoddy record.
You know,
who do you trust more? And I'm not saying Pete Hegseth is a great guy, but, you know.
I'll take the side, first of all, I'll take the side of Hegseth in this case because, well, A, I voted for Donald Trump, so I'm going to, defer to his judgment on this in terms of who should be the best pick for Secretary of Defense. B, you do have the no leaks, right? So we heard everything endlessly, in February and March about Signalgate, and he's compromising security, and he's giving people access that shouldn't have access. But when it counted the most, and you had actual U.S. pilots in the air, there was no Signalgate, there was no leak, nobody knew what was going on, and there was a diversion, right? There were B-2 bombers going towards Guam, and everybody was looking at the shiny object, and then all of a sudden, bombs fell in Iran, right? So when it mattered the most, okay, Pete Hegseth and the Department of Defense and the military kept it tight, kept it, nobody knew it was coming until Donald Trump posted about it on Truth Social. So that's number one. Number two, you've got the Iranian regime saying nothing happened, which means something happened, okay? Because you got the Ayatollah saying, we punished the U.S. regime, and they surrender. These guys are propagandizing again. When last, was it Saturday or was it Monday? I don't know what day it was when the quote unquote retaliation happened.
Yeah, this for
and you
sure.
had Iranian state media right after they were done featuring Candace Owens on Iranian state media. They decided, who by the way is she got very close to accusing me of being paid to post about her yesterday, which is, once again, apparently those who are posting about Candace and Tucker are paid by one Shlomo Riskin, according to Candace Owens. So I don't know. It's just,
oh my God.
She's way off the rails. We need to deport her from Tennessee. Way off the rails. Gives our state a bad name.
Sean, how much are the Jews paying you to tweet? That's what I need to know.
You know what? I wish they were giving me something. $5 would be fine because I love doing it for free. You can give me $5. Give me a little bit of. So look, I think when it comes to the Iranian nuclear program, when we say obliterated, right now everyone wants to get to the definition of obliterated. If you've set this thing back years, it's been obliterated. That's not to say they can't rebuild it, but it's going to take a long time. It's going to take a very long time to rebuild it. And I am going to take the side of Hegseth and of this administration when it comes to who's been more trustworthy, who has a better reputation, Hegseth, Donald Trump, and this administration, or Natasha Bertrand, CNN, some leaker, and the Iranian regime. I'm taking the Trump. Trump side on that.
Think about this as well. Let's just do it on a scale of 1 to 10. Trump says the operation was a 10 out of 10. Let's say it was an 8 out of 10. Let's say it was a 9 out of 10. CNN is relegated to going back and forth on what exactly is considered a success, as if there was lives that were lost, as if planes crashed, as if we lost soldiers in combat. I mean, this was okay. Maybe it wasn't a complete execution on the mission at hand, but there was no casualties.
Why not? We talk about transparency. Let's redact what needs to be redacted and just release it to the public. Why not do that?
I'd be fine with that.
What's the harm? What's the harm in I understand that there's classified information and all that. Redact that and release what you can. Yeah. At least that shows, this was destroyed or this was not destroyed. Release it to the public so we don't have to sit here and guess. Because my problem is that this is coming down on party lines and the American people get screwed. Because if we did or we didn't...
Nobody's getting screwed.
No.
Why did they have to report it and lie right off the bat? They normally... For many reasons, they want to look at it. There are some things they want to redact for the reason that we, and only we, have this technology. So there's a national security issue here, Greg. The issue I see clearly is the reporting. the fact that, and who leaked it, because why in God's name did they have to report this thing within 24 to 48 hours? And Natasha got played. She very well may lose her job. She's lost total credibility, and they're investigating this thing. But at the end of the day, why did they have to report it then? Why didn't they wait? Why not just wait? Because they're so nasty and they hate Donald J. Trump. They hate him. They had dream about him at night. They hate that man, and they wanted to just pee in his Wheaties after a huge weekend and a big military success that our nation has never seen.
By the way,
like something like that firepower.
Wheaties, the most overrated cereal of all time. Just atrocious.
Do they still make Wheaties?
I have no idea. I never liked them.
I think so.
But they hate him, and that's why. It has nothing to do with good reporting. It has nothing to sit there and argue over the word obliterate. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's a waste of time. It really is. And it's a slap in, and you know what? This is why Trump got very upset. Was it Wednesday morning where he dropped the F-bomb, right? Or Tuesday morning, whatever it was, when he dropped the F-bomb? He was put into a very bad mood because of the CNN leak and all of this, New York Times and all this, that basically removed any sort of credit that you can apply to our military for conducting what was an unbelievable operation. And he said, you know what? You guys are arguing over language, and you guys are arguing over a low confidence report. Remember, it was a low confidence report that originally suggested that COVID came from bat soup. So it's the same type of, type of deal here. You're arguing over that instead of giving credit to, you're arguing over that instead of giving credit to our military for running an unbelievably successful operation. Whether or not the whole thing was completely destroyed, I'm talking about its success from the standpoint of nobody died, nobody was even close, nobody knew it was coming. They went there, they came back, 37 hours in the air, and it was remarkable what we were able to not just show Iran, but show the world. This is what we can do.
Well, and
celebrate
also,
that at the very least. And you're talking about word games now.
And let's say they were 75% successful with no major issues. What's wrong with possibly having to go back in 6 months from now, similar operation, and finish the job? It's like a doctor or a dentist. Well, I was able to get 6 of your cavities, Nick, but tomorrow or next week we'll schedule and we'll get the final 2. Was that a failure? No.
No, and that's the thing, right? Because so you've seen how brilliant this operation was and how nobody saw it coming. And what you have to think about too, if you're Iran, let's say you do have the opportunity to rebuild in a couple months. What's going to stop the U.S. from doing it again? They don't have air superiority, right? I mean, what's going to stop Trump from calling up Bibi? Hey, Bibi, you beautiful SOB. Let me tell you something. Take out their air defenses again. We got to do it again, right? I mean, what's going to stop it? And why don't you drop a few dreidels on their nuclear facility?
Beautiful.
Let's make it happen, right? No, I'm saying, right? So what's going to stop the U.S. from doing it again if we have to? We just proved we could do whatever the hell we want to that country, and they're not going to do anything back. What is Iran realistically going to do? Okay, if they wanted to cause like real damage to our military bases in the region, I don't even think they could. The amount of surveillance that we have on the region, even if they didn't tell Trump it was coming, we'd probably see them lining up their launchers and say, all right, get everybody out of the way. I don't think they could do much in the region. That's not to say, oh, well, you don't think they could do much, but all of a sudden we have to bomb them. Well, if they get a nuke and they can stick that warhead on an ICBM, well, then they could do something. I don't want them to be in that position. The point of the matter is, if they set it back 3 to 6 months, then in 3 to 6 months, we're going to do what we just did again. And likely, because of all the damage that you've done to the ground there, do more damage a second time if it's even needed. But you have the DNI, you got Gabbard, you got Ratcliffe, and you've got new intel assessments of higher confidence saying very significant damage was done to this, and potentially years, if not, decades worth of damage where they're not going to be able to do this. And again, I mean, I'm going to apply and I don't like saying that if someone says something, it's definitely not true, but the Iranian regime, you have CNN, the New York Times, and anybody who's saying, oh, nothing happened, believing word for word what the Iranian regime and their state media is saying. By that account, you probably believe that our base in Qatar was destroyed by 6 missiles that were intercepted. You know, and by the way, 6 interceptions. They could play quarterback for the New York Jets. Let me tell you.
I want to get into the Tulsi Gabbard thing, but we'll do that next. Nick, can you talk to us about Piazza?
Absolutely, because they have just racked up more Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards, and that's more than any other brand, including Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, and Best Value Brand. The Piazza Auto Group and their 5 Honda dealerships, they show you how it's done. It doesn't matter if you're eyeing the Accord, the CRV, the Pilot with the third row for the SUV, or even the Ridgeline truck. You're choosing a vehicle backed by real drivers just like yourself. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda. 5 locations in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. And you can shop online at piazzahonda.com and check out today's special offers.
You know, at Kitchen Magic, they've been transforming kitchens since 1979. Yeah, proudly American-made, locally made, family-owned, 100% tariff-proof. What does it mean? It means no international delays, no surprise fees, and this month only, take advantage of Kitchen Magic's 24-month same-as-cash financing. It is time to love your kitchen again. Visit kitchenmagic.com. You can call them 800-237-0799. kitchenmagic.com. Quality that's closer to home. Do this. You run out of time. In June only, you get that special financing. What are you waiting for? kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Add some star-spangled style to your summer with Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale going on now. Shop Hot Buys for every room in your home, now just $6.99. Plus, you can save up to $1,000 store-wide. And don't miss upgrading your patio. Save up to 20% on select outdoor furniture. Or feel the freedom to buy now and pay over time with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Only at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-388-6607, 800-388-6607, 800-388-6607.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-291-3143. 800-291-3143.
When it comes to DSPs, usability matters. Some platforms bury you in complexity. Results-driven advertising shouldn't look like a chemistry experiment. Viant's AI-powered DSP streamlines setup, automates measurement and optimization, and keeps you in control. Less clicking, more strategy. And with proven CTV leadership across premium publishers, Viant works smarter and delivers stronger. Why are you still trading on a desk? Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
When the market is unpredictable, Crash-Proof Retirement gives you certainty. In the face of volatility and illiquidity, the exclusive Crash-Proof Retirement System gives you liquidity, default protection, and value preservation, even amidst government shutdowns, natural disasters, and wars anywhere in the world. All of our over 6,000 Crash-Proof consumers are protected, including Patty Pirantozzi from Lansdale, PA.
I would be happy to show anyone my actual statements. If they had a question about crash-proof retirement and how things work, I'm an open book. What we have done in the past year, 6% is interest that is credited to my account. You can see in black and white how this is my inception amount, this is where I am now, and this is my percentage.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
8:33, Kayal and Company. It is a Farish Friday. Sean Farish with us from Nashville, Tennessee, as we continue Greg Stocker's never-ending. And actually, Sean even said it in his tweet promoting his appearance.
Yeah.
The 2-hour cut sheet.
It's ridiculous.
Which includes Fight Club.
It's ridiculous. Yes, Fight Club coming up at 9:10. We will have a... Hang on, I have to get the correct verbiage right, just to give it a little tease. There's a fight at the airport. Ooh. On the you know the that little carousel that the luggage goes on, right on top of that. Here. Yeah.
Oh. Wait, on top of it?
On top of it. Yep.
Is this gonna look like like on top of the? Okay, you know what? Yeah. We'll see when I will pose a separate tease. I'm wondering if this is on top of the center, or if these people are. This is like Pirates of the Caribbean, and they're swashbuckling while on the carousel itself.
9:10 coming up.
Can't wait for this.
Get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. By the way, while you're here, hit the like and subscribe buttons. Only 105 likes today. I don't like that. I need to get that up over 200, so hit that like button. Even if you don't stay, just get on over there, hit the like button, and come back to wherever you were listening to us. I want to get into the Tulsi Gabbard thing. She was not at the briefing yesterday. There are conflicting reports. She wasn't supposed to be there. NBC News reporting that there's a rift going on, that she's in the quote line of fire for Trump right now. Chris Murphy said this yesterday on with Caitlin Collins about Tulsi Gabbard not being allowed in the briefing. This is cut 29, Phil. Go.
Who from the administration did most of the talking today?
Caitlin, I know there's been reporting about that Secretary Hegseth didn't, speak as much. I heard them all, give their opinion. I do think it's really interesting that the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, was not allowed in the room. I mean, I've never, ever been part of a major cabinet level classified briefing where the Director of National Intelligence was banned from the room. And I think it stands to reason that they knew that she was not going to toe the line, that she was likely going to refuse to say what the administration wants, which is that the program was obliterated. Again, the evidence suggests that the program was not obliterated, and obviously Gabbard was kept out of that room. Even though she would normally be leading that briefing, I assume because she was going to tell some version of the truth.
So you think they didn't invite the Director of National Intelligence because they wouldn't like what she had to say?
I don't know why she wasn't there, but there is clearly a reason. And it's well known that when it comes to the pre-strike intelligence, Gabbard was telling, a story that was very familiar to us, that Iran was still, a long way away from a deliverable nuclear weapon, and that the regime had not made the choice to actually pursue or speed towards a nuclear weapon. That was inconvenient for a president that wanted to strike without congressional authorization, because if Iran hadn't even decided to get a nuclear weapon, then there is no imminent threat and you would have to come to Congress first. I have to assume that there was some story she was going to tell, some interpretation of the intelligence she was going to give today that rubbed the White House the wrong way. Why else would the director of national intelligence not be leading a classified briefing on the interpretation of intelligence regarding these strikes?
All right, stop it right there. So, Sean, I heard you saying stop. Obliterated aside, the word, the terminology, the definition, do you feel like there is some sort of friction between Trump and Gabbard over the last couple of months? What do you make of this?
No, I think Chris Murphy is trying to. I think he's trying to create that rift, and I think that CNN is doing the exact same thing. Everyone likes to play this March 2025 analysis, and take these words that Tulsi Gabbard said out of context. She just released a report with Ratcliffe not too long ago that mentioned that the Iran nuclear sites were obliterated or significantly damaged, more so than the low confidence report that Chris Murphy wants to refer to as quote unquote evidence. I just listen to the way he spoke about, well, there's no or the evidence suggests that the site was not obliterated. And just remember that these people are referring to this and taking the side on this. Well, the evidence suggests that 2020 was fine. Well, the evidence suggests that COVID didn't come from a lab. Well, the evidence suggests that Donald Trump colluded with Russia. It's the same language. They're just throwing a different hoax in there, right? I think all this is it's a bunch of talk. It's a bunch of speculation that is meant to drive the wedge between Trump and Tulsi Gabbard, because I think they know that Tulsi Gabbard's actually doing a fine job in that role. Look, is there friction? There may always be friction in terms of, two pretty strong personalities having to deal with each other. But is there a rift? Is there a there as to why Tulsi Gabbard wasn't in the briefing and wasn't a part of these talks? I don't think so. I think everybody's on the same page here. And, there were rumors the night of the strike, right? A week ago. Tulsi wasn't in the Situation Room until 12 hours later, pictures came out of Tulsi in the Situation Room. So everything we keep hearing about Tulsi and Trump and Tulsi and the rift and this and that, it all winds up, 12 hours, 24 hours later coming out in the wash and being nonsense. I really think CNN and the left, the mainstream media, are trying to create something that out of thin air that doesn't exist.
Tulsi Gabbard tweeted this 2 days ago. Sorry, Don. Go ahead, jump in.
No, I was just agreeing.
Okay. She tweeted, this was Wednesday at 2:04 from her official DNI X feed. New intelligence confirms what POTUS has stated numerous times. Iran's nuclear facilities have been destroyed. If the Iranians chose to rebuild, they would have to rebuild all 3 facilities entirely, which would likely take years to do. Well, let me just say this. Let's just say it's not completely destroyed, hypothetical. And it's on life support, severely damaged, whatever terminology you would like to use. I would be totally fine if we just agree in behind closed doors, Trump and Netanyahu, that Israel finishes the job. If we've crippled them, we've severely weakened them, coin it, phrase it, however you would like, whatever makes your feelings feel great, and then just let Israel finish it off. What I found interesting, and I thought about this as I was in the boys' potty, and by the way, Sean, I don't.
It's the best place to do deep thinking.
I stand when I pee, unlike Lindsey Graham. So, what I find interesting is that Iran, a mid-level nation from a weaponry standpoint, technology-wise, you're telling me they built something so deep, so durable, so strong that severe damage did not occur from not 1, not 2, not 6, but if I believe I have the number correct on 14 Moabs. They dropped 14 of those mother of all bunker buster bombs that you are so infatuated with. 14 of them. and it didn't result in catastrophic damage.
Deep
if
penetration.
If that's the case, then Iran is way ahead of the game, which I don't believe that they are.
Dawn's being silly.
I know,
Dawn
I'm
said
being
deep
silly.
penetration.
Excellent
I don't know if she's
penetrator.
See, Dawn is talking about deep. She said deep penetration. I don't know if she's talking about the mother of all bombs or what the Ayatollah did to a few goats in the cave. I'm not exactly sure.
And maybe a swan.
What happened?
It's absolutely
right?
true.
Or maybe it could be a swan. It could have been an 11-year-old because they're into that. I have no idea.
It's true. No, he's
could have
right.
been. Yeah, I'm just calling it how I see it.
It's an amazing
right?
thing.
I'm just calling it how I see it.
Sharia law coming to New York City.
when you look at it too, let's drop Stacey Abrams on your house and see how it goes.
No.
Because she
They
has
call
the
her
gap between the two.
Yeah, she's the stucco smasher.
No, she was the beast of the Southeast. Now she's the beast of the Middle East, right? And she was whistling all the way down. It was the only warning Iran had. She was whistling through those teeth.
She's the stucco smasher. She's the siding stasher. She's the what else do you do? She's the brick buster. Can you imagine that? If
she's the beast of the Middle East.
Can you imagine
She's
laying
the
in your man cave one night
boy.
watching TV and your roof just collapses and Stacey Abrams just lands right there on your carpet?
No, I couldn't imagine that. I couldn't. I would have a very bad reaction. I would probably laugh once or twice and be like, okay, but then I would be, a little upset that she was in my house.
Can we talk about alligator Alcatraz for a second?
I figured we'd do more on Israel or Iran.
This is amazing to me. Ron DeSantis is giving tours of alligator Alcatraz,
Mustard.
And it is just we need to. I don't know if there's any place like this, Dawn, in Philadelphia or Pennsylvania, but we need to replicate this everywhere.
We should build one in Delco.
And we can have the pooper.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
As the guard.
The Delco pooper, I'm going to poop on you.
And anybody who tries to escape, she defecates on.
Ew.
That's a great idea.
I love that.
All right, let's do.
Wait, you have a serial pooper in Philadelphia? Why am I not surprised?
Delco, yeah. This woman had a. We don't have to say alleged, right? Because she there's video of it. But she got into a road rage incident with somebody, and she got out of her car, popped a squat right on the person's hood, and deuced.
Ew.
Really?
Yeah. Duded.
And number
Wow.
two.
Yeah. Oh, it was. And it was.
Was it big?
It looked like she. It looked like she had a cream of corn, if you know what I mean.
Duty.
These were not pickle.
No.
They were more like cream of corn.
You know what it is?
Yeah.
You know what happened?
Yeah.
She had one of those things that you call a hoagie, which is not real. And that probably didn't agree with her. And it
Hey,
just...
these are $6 hoagie days at Wawa Fest
Hoagies.
right now.
Absolutely.
Wouldn't you like to know?
Yeah. Oh God. God, he's just so awkward. But we give him love for alligator Alcatraz. Roll this.
Oh, we do.
Governor, I have to talk about what so many people are talking about, which is this alligator Alcatraz. I love the whole concept. It's this new migrant detention center in the Everglades, as long as the Everglades aren't touched, because I love them too. Now, you gave us some exclusive video of the construction. So how long is it going to take? How many illegals will actually be housed there?
Well, first, the reason why we're doing this is because we want to increase deportations. And what ICE has told us is that even though all my sheriffs and police are working constructively to apprehend illegals, they just need more space, because when you bring illegals in, they have to process them. There's a little bit of a process that goes into that. And so this is really a force multiplier where we'll be able to temporarily detain the illegals so that the federal government can deport them to their home countries. Now, we already have this airport and training facility that's been there for many, many years. It will have zero impact on Everglades. I've done more for Everglades restoration than any governor in history. But what it will do is it'll be secure. It will not be interfering with Floridians. It will take pressure off our jails in Florida, because we obviously have normal criminals too. And so it's going to be a force multiplier for the feds. They've asked us to do this, and we're stepping up. And I think it will lead to more deportations. I really do.
Well, that's the ultimate goal.
All right,
It's really amazing how Laura Ingraham can actually talk without her face moving. You ever notice that? But no, I'm on board with this, man. I love
can
this.
do that too, by
This
the
would
way.
be great.
Kathy Hochul can.
Yes.
Because Kathy Hochul is the Botox bucktooth bandit of Buffalo now.
Kathy
I
Hochul,
love alligator Alcatraz.
Yeah, me too.
Hochul, Adams, and Cuomo have driven New York to a socialist. Think about that.
Yeah. That's what
amazing.
happened. Look, I think it's. I can't wait to see the left's reaction when Kilmar Abrego Garcia is inmate number 1 at Alligator Alcatraz.
Right.
And I'm going to be like, well, you're the ones who wanted to bring him back, so he's back.
And then
right?
he tried to escape, and an alligator ate him. And DeSantis says the alligator obliterated him, but then CNN refutes that report.
Right, it's because there's an arm still left with the MS-13 tattoo on it.
That is correct.
Florida is where woke goes to die.
Speaking of ICE and illegals, anybody on this show use the Waze app when they're trying to find their way around?
I think we had this conversation one time on this show. My wife is a big Waze person.
Waze is amazing.
And I use the built-in GPS on my Ridgeline.
It's not as good.
It's not.
It's not as
I
good
use Google.
Google Maps.
Google Maps.
Google Maps.
Google Maps.
I've used MapQuest.
Is Google Maps MapQuest? What is it? 1999?
MapQuest.
That was
Prints out the directions.
Yes, print out the directions.
Remember
and you're
back in the day? Yes.
driving and
Yes.
you're trying to read them as you're driving.
Right here's the MapQuest app.
But the difference with
I'm
Waze.
I'm a Google Map believer.
But if you're a Google Map or MapQuest, the difference is that Waze is crowdsourcing, kind of community based.
Yes.
So drivers all around you and ahead of you are letting you know that maybe there's a pothole or maybe there's a police hiding
Well,
with
Google
a
does
radar
that.
speed zone. Oh, they do?
Yeah, Google does that all the time. Google comes on the screen and goes, there's a police are ahead. And then there's usually no cop.
I
But
have
they pull, you know.
Yeah, I have one request, one favor. Before we get out of here this morning, while
What?
Sean is still on, Phil and Jimmy, you have to coordinate together. I need a clip of Eric Adams talking, and
about Google.
But I want a split screen with Adams' voice with Sherelle Parker's face, just so I can get the visual and the audio of Tracy Morgan. Can we have that? Because every time Farrah says Google, I just keep picturing Tracy Morgan.
I don't know if we can do that.
Why can't we?
Nick? I don't know. Anyway, Dawn brings up the crowdsourcing involvement in Waze. By the way, poll question. Good poll question. What's your app of choice? Waze, Google Maps, or built-in GPS, as Nick has? Yeah. Put it up there, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. But to getting back to the point of this whole exercise is that now they are, the crowdsourcing, people are now coordinating to submit icy roads conditions on Waze and on Google and on Google Maps to warn illegals if ICE is spotted in the area.
Oh, ice. Okay, I was going to say icy roads.
Get it?
And this would be a violation.
You would think so, right? Roll this.
If you discover that snow is melting where you are, and you want to let
hang on, we're gonna get flagged because of the music in the background. I didn't realize there was music in the background, so I can't play that.
So this broad is on TikTok warning
Yes.
everybody and saying this is what you need to do.
Icy roads spotted in this area.
In 90-degree heat.
Yes, yes.
So it's code.
Yeah, it's code
It's
for
code.
ICE's.
Tom Homan
Sin.
should climb through her window right now and detain her with zip ties.
The truth is, the truth is that it's illegal to identify where federal law enforcement is actually a federal crime.
Remember, wasn't there like a KYW out in the Bay Area?
Yes.
That was
right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was one of our sister stations out.
Oh,
in,
it was an Odyssey station.
It was.
Wow.
It was an all news station. That we played the report here.
That's right.
That we're giving exact locations where ICE agents were.
Can you imagine that? Media tipping off where law enforcement is to help the bad guys. That's what we've devolved to in the United States of America.
Yep. This I know we can play. This is 8, Phil. A TikToker gleefully directs people to a website that doxes ICE agents. Cut 8. Go.
It's done. They've done it. They've done it.
By the
You
way,
need to run your little fingers.
Stop it.
I mean,
speaking of Sean, you were speaking of the whistling with the front teeth.
Stacey Abrams.
Look at the gap in this broad's front teeth.
I mean, you could
fix that stuff.
Kick a field goal.
You could fit the Eagles' offensive line in between that. Holy
Harrison
smokes.
Butker could get some practice, right?
Wow.
Oh man.
Jeez.
Oh.
Through the goalpost.
Holy crow.
Like, look, I'm not going to win.
She's like one step away from
You're so
Honestly, I didn't think I was going to nail that on the first try. I haven't done that in a while.
Very good.
Can you do that? Can you do that again?
Might be able.
All right, let's start it over, Phil. Go.
It's done. They've done it. They've done it. You need to run your little fingers up to whatever search bar or here. Put icelist.info. Icelist.info.
Sounds like the old creepy neighbor on
Since masks are illegal
Family Guy
in this country,
she needs to stop saying words with S's in them.
ice cubes have been melted and revealed for exactly who they are. Their faces, their info, all of it sitting right up on icelist.info. Y'all thought that you could hide and commit like human trafficking, grape, sexual assault, kidnapping, physical assault, violate the law, and just stay masked up.
Is she missing a chromosome? I'm just asking for a friend.
Maybe. 4 of them.
No.
I can tell you what, she's missing something in the middle of her mouth.
So, ice.
I think her parents are related.
Info.
I pulled up the website. It's no longer in operation.
Okay.
Icelist.info. Denied.
Good.
Boy, I tell you what. The balls of these people on TikTok.
I know.
With what they've been calling for in the last 6 months.
Well, that's why I'm highlighting it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Assassinations, kill this, 86 this person. Here's a doxing website.
Look, I'm not for censoring. I'm very for, the purest form of free speech. But like, is anybody monitoring what's happening on TikTok? Like anybody?
Well, there's countless times.
China is.
There's countless times where libs of TikTok highlights those videos and then they tag the FBI.
Yeah.
It's just these are the same people who reported people who were not wearing their masks properly,
100%.
or they were not on the dot.
Yep.
The dot at the grocery store, that's 6 feet apart.
Oh, the self-made up thing.
Oh God, it's unbelievable. Can we do 21 here real fast, Phil? This is an amazing video. In 18-wheeler, a guy was doing, and we see this a lot here in our area now because we had a bad storm here, Sean, last week. So, of course, Pennsylvania, it took out our infrastructure and people were without power for days. So it's a guy up on one of those buckets, those cranes thing, working on the stoplight.
Oh, yeah.
And this 18-wheeler tractor trailer just keeps going. And he's like telling him to stop. And the guy either doesn't see him or can't stop. And watch this video, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, courtesy of ABC News. Roll this. You can see it. Phil, watch this. Look at that. Look at. Oh, Jesus!
And he's hanging.
Yeah.
Yes.
The harness saved his life.
Yes.
Thank God.
It absolutely did.
Thank God he had that harness on.
Watch. You can see him saying stop, 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 stop.
Slow.
Hey! Whoa. Look at that. Oh, my God.
Denham Springs, Louisiana. He walked away with bruises and scrapes.
It's amazing.
Now, here's the thing.
A miracle.
Oh, my God.
And we have a lot of truckers listening. There's a debate right now because those truckers know that there's a limit. It's like 13 point whatever feet.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So there's a debate now whether or not the trucker or the utility company, and there are people saying this is an OSHA violation. The utility company is going to get sued because, in fact, that utility company they didn't close the lane. You're supposed to close the lane.
Right.
And so
I see what you're
they're saying that's not that trucker's fault.
Yeah.
He may not have seen it. And also he may, the guy on the ground doing this, that's not enough.
Yeah. Agreed.
Where's Senator Kennedy at?
These people are about 10 exits past normal.
God knows they'll shut down a lane on the Schuylkill.
You're 100% right. You are. They shut down lanes for nothing.
Yeah.
There's literally cones and there's nobody doing anything.
Nobody
Yeah.
there.
Let me ask you this: when we get to the point of the year, especially in Louisiana, where it's daylight longer and it's warmer out, why are these things being done and ruining people's commutes? Can't you do this in the overnight hours? I don't know the answer to that, but it's just infuriating.
They technically do.
They do.
Yeah.
Because they're
Well,
reopening
the problem with
it
that
at
is
5
it costs more.
Yeah.
Yep.
Costs more.
Absolutely.
That's the
Overtime.
thing. There's a nighttime differential. You got to pay like time and a half if you're working at night. Off the bat.
They did for the last couple of weeks. They've been doing work 95 and 676 there, and it's actually been closed overnight. It reopens at 5 a.m.
Good.
So like they have been doing work overnight. By the way, coming up in at 9:10, Fight Club Airport Edition. Nick Kayal. Fight Club Airport Edition. By the way, everybody watching right now on YouTube, please hit the like and subscribe buttons. Do that right now. Fight Club.
Yeah, or else you're going to die. So.
And also, this weird encounter I have with this guy, I believe his girlfriend, and an underage girl wearing too little clothing. We'll get to all of that on the other side.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Everything was swollen, even my eyelids. I was on kidney dialysis 8 hours a day.
When Crystal needed a kidney, her mom's friend Janet gave her one. Virtua Health, South Jersey's only transplant center, made it possible.
Crystal's so full of life, you can't help but love her.
After a short recovery, Janet's doing great, and Crystal, even better.
And I just got engaged.
Virtua Health, here for transplant, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/hereforgood.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want to boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text RADIO to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or Amazon, or newnordicusa.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
9:02, Kayal and Company, fourth and final hour on a Friday morning. Sean Farish is with us. 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Wawa. Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches for a limited time. Wawa mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for under $6. Savor a summer of sandwiches and savings. Gotta have a Wawa. We savor Fight Club, and we are savoring the moments as we are just 6 minutes out.
All right, we're going to go to the great state of California, where a guy goes into looks like a money loaning place or something like that in California, and he starts destroying things, computers and everything, while ranting about white supremacy. The security guard, to his credit, politely asks him to leave, sir, as he's trashing the place. This isn't Fight Club, but this is just a California liberal going insane. Roll it, Phil.
Ain't nobody getting their money.
Uh-oh.
Ain't nobody getting their money. Let me doing Kurt Cobain like that, dude.
What does Kurt Cobain have to do?
I don't know.
Oh, there goes the computer
Nobody's getting
monitor.
money. Let's get a job. How do I get do anything? You're racist.
Right.
Yes. Put a fake something.
Leave, sir.
Money. Sir, I've been doing this shit all day. You want me to call you? I don't care. You're white boy.
Oh my goodness.
Nobody cares about you. I know why you want me. And I'm good looking too. Let's leave.
Wow.
I fucking hate you.
Oh.
I hate all of you white people.
I
Why would they send me an ID with no why? I'm not sure. Why?
This is going to be me at the DMV later.
I'm one man.
Sure.
Some kid. No money for nobody.
Right.
If I can't get nobody get
Right.
that, bro. That's a
This is what obliterated looks like.
Oh, man.
That's what listening to Jamal Bowman on CNN will do to you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. I mean,
what a mess.
Yeah, you really can't. You can't describe the mental illness that is going on in
major crisis in this country.
You played Senator John Kennedy, or a drop from him. I want to get to cut 11 here. He just, I just love when he questions people. This is cut 11. Cut 11.
Cut 11. John Cassifo.
You're getting rid of $5.5 million to lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and intersex advocacy in Uganda.
Huh?
Aren't you?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I can't believe we're arguing about this. I can't believe we're arguing about this. We're not denying life-saving care to anybody, are we?
No, and $10 billion would remain for that funding.
Jimmy Kelly, I need that on the
Yes.
board. I can't believe we're arguing about this as a John Kennedy drop. I mean, I'm glad that if the reports are true from Wired that the Trump administration has hired big balls, I'm glad. That guy needs a lifetime job. Give him whatever salary he commands. He's a whiz kid. He could probably become the CEO of Google tomorrow. Do not lose him. Retain him at all costs.
Goo.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're doing a new thing. It's called Make America Ballsy again.
Yes.
Edward Korestein, great guy.
Yep.
Tremendous person.
By the way, over on YouTube, we have a poll question up. What travel app do you use? Waze, Google Maps, in-vehicle, your GPS in-vehicle, or other? Google Maps, Sean, you're in the majority there with 51%. Waze at 30%, in-vehicle 8%, other at 11%.
Yeah.
I wonder what the other ones are.
Nice
Are there other ones?
Nice to see that this
Apple
audience,
Maps, maybe?
Apple Maps, okay.
this audience of all people, of all audiences, they love Google, huh?
Google.
There was a glitch way back in the day. I want to say it was like 12, 13 years ago.
Yeah.
With Google, where if you asked it from like New York, if you asked it for directions to London, it told you to swim 3,000 miles.
That's amazing.
It was like drive to Montauk and then swim. And I actually looked it up, and it was real.
Oh,
like
that's
it was an
amazing.
actual. It was really funny.
That is amazing. This construction company owner says that he regrets voting for Trump because he can't hire illegals anymore.
Prosecute this guy.
Cry me a river. Cry me a river.
This is cut 9 here, Phil. Again, this is courtesy of TikTok. Look, these people put this out here. We just play it for you. Roll it, go.
I was a Trump supporter. I don't know how long I can keep doing this.
Yeah. Okay, Luke Combs.
I have a construction company, and not a thing is getting done. This is what I get. This is what I get. Nothing but white boys. It takes 4 days to do a one-day job. I might have up.
Yeah.
Well,
Or
hire
you
some
didn't-
women.
Or you didn't listen to Trump on the campaign trail when he said immigration and illegal immigration was the biggest issue in the country.
Can we just not gloss over what Dawn said here?
What?
What did you say?
Hire some women.
Yeah.
These are good jobs,
Dawn
right?
does her whole yard.
I know.
They are good jobs. They are good jobs.
Yeah.
But, this guy, so I would like to know how much he pays. I would like to know more about his company because, he should get in trouble if he has been undermining, what everybody talks about. What about a real wage or a living wage, whatever you want to call that? And so if he's undermining that, then we should. That's what Vice President J.D. Vance has been talking about.
Well, and Tom Homan said we're going to start at the top with the most dangerous criminal illegal aliens, and then we'll work our way down to the ones that are just here illegally, which is still a crime, that are, quote, not threats or dangers. And once they get through that, start going after the businesses that are hiring illegals.
But you know what? You know what this guy said? I hired white boys. Well, you didn't have to hire white people.
Yeah.
You could have just hired legal brown people. You decided to hire illegal brown people, and that's why they're gone.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If you're making it about race and that white people don't work as fast as minorities, then go hire some minorities who are here legally, and they'll put the house up in a day. I mean, it's that simple.
Hire
It's
the
not
Amish.
about white, black, this, that. The Amish.
Yes.
The Amish they built like a whole shed, a whole barn in like 12 hours.
The Amish put on one of my neighbor's roofs. First of all, they completely went under every other roofing company out there by a lot, like a lot. They had it up there. They were up there in the 100-degree heat last week or this week, and they had it up in like a day. And they completely took off the roof, put new plywood on, and everything within a day. Wow. They had it done and came in like $30,000 cheaper than like some companies around here. It's amazing. Awesome. It's amazing. One more before Fight Club here. Actually, no. Let's stay on track. Let's stay on track.
Let's do it.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight.
I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal rating.
You got knocked the out, man.
Fight Club on this Farish Friday, sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group, 3 locations, 1 in Priority U. Visit tricounty.com. By the way, I met the general sales manager of Tri-County Auto Group yesterday. Great guy, listener, P1. Make sure you go in there and thank Tri-County Auto Group for sponsoring Fight Club, because without sponsors like that, we couldn't give you such great content like women fighting at an airport. Okay, I teased this earlier, where I said that this took place. This started on, those for the lazy people who are too lazy to walk, and they have those escalators that take
sidewalks?
Yes, the moving sidewalks. Yeah. It started there, and then it spilled over into the luggage area, that carousel where you
I hate that carousel.
Where you get your luggage from. This was submitted by I believe Gigi Gadget sent this. She's quickly becoming the top contributor. Maybe Ed Durr is the top contributor. One of them is the top contributor to Fight Club. All right, Phil, roll it. Not sure what's happening here. There's some words being exchanged.
COVID masks.
I know.
Are you serious?
Look at this.
Neck pillows.
There we go. Look, see it.
That's my suitcase.
Right on top of it. Yeah.
Girl, you better get out of here.
They're going around. They're going around.
They are.
There we go. The hair's been pulled. Control has been taken. The key to winning Fight Club is grabbing hair.
Grabbing hair.
What a disgrace.
Oh, my goodness.
Look at the masks. All of these psychos still wearing the COVID mask.
Yeah.
But yet they're fighting, right?
Yeah.
I would throw my suitcase at them just for wearing a mask.
Me too.
Look at that. Underwear all on the floor. Just a disgrace.
Look at it's still going. Still going. I think they're beating up the dude.
Of her.
They're beating up her boyfriend, who is well,
he's wearing sandals with socks. He deserves to be.
I think he's
stopped.
covering her.
Yeah, kudos to her boyfriend for covering her.
I would have started throwing haymakers at these broads. Let's go.
Dawn, do you give him an A+ for doing that?
A+ for that.
We don't know. Maybe he's the one who instigated this whole thing. We don't know.
I don't know.
Let me guess.
It's definitely his fault
Atlanta
because he was
Airport?
white. So it's automatically the white guy's fault.
I will say this. I have a major complaint with the carousel. In the history of flying, and I have flown, God knows, way too many times, my luggage never comes out right away. I'm always that schmuck standing there at the carousel waiting for it to open and start spitting out the bags.
Yep.
And I'm
you're
always
lucky
last.
your luggage comes out at all.
Yeah.
I've had that happen. I've had this happen a few times. One time when I was going down to Tallahassee, when I was visiting my wife Brennan, who was at that time my girlfriend, my whole situation getting down to New York getting down to Florida was all messed up. Someone did the wrong thing, and I was standing there, and no bag came out.
Yep.
So I said, "All right." So it came the next day, but it was great. Then I flew back, and the wonderful, I guess, geniuses over at LaGuardia Airport decided they just weren't going to unload the plane onto the carousel for 2 hours.
Oh my God!
And people there was almost a riot. I said, "Listen, I was there at January 6th. This is going to look real ugly." You know what I'm saying? Okay, we'll get you back.
And between SEPTA and flights, public transportation is just a disaster.
All right,
Let's turn into a mess.
It's Friday at 9:15. You guys know what that means.
Kayal and Company Friday Fight Club 5.
Oh, that's right.
Your chance to vote for the fight of the week.
Forgot about
and remember, fight equal rating.
Thank you, Jimbo.
Thank you, Jimmy. Fights do equal ratings, so we will go through the 5 fights this week and vote on the best fight. Plus, you can vote. You have your chance to vote too. Just get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT to cast your vote. Which one you like the best? I'm sorry, Nick. Are we keeping you up?
A little tired.
My lord. All right. These will be visual only, no audio. So, Nick, if you want to describe it, we're going to start off with Mondays.
Oh, the potty.
The Mondays. There was this happened in the bathroom, Sean.
Yeah, 8th grade girls throwing down.
These are young. This happened in some middle school. But look at them. Look at them just going after them. Look at them. Look at that.
The head on the sink. Yeah, yep,
There
she's
it
done.
is.
Yeah. All those little future broads in the corner not doing anything. Just a mess.
Phones are out.
Just videotaping.
Just a mess.
Unbelievable.
All right, so Monday we'll call Monday bathroom, middle school bathroom.
School bathroom.
Tuesday was the spin. You remember this?
Oh, yeah, the tilt-a-whirl. Yes.
It looks like Cesaro.
Yeah, it's
remember Cesaro?
Yes.
Nice reference.
Yes.
Look
the
at
Swiss
this.
Superman.
One. One. All right, two.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Three.
Oh man.
Wow, four.
Spins her. For those of you who can't get on over to YouTube, spins her completely around 360 through her hair.
4 spins.
And I'm the only person on this show right now in the 4 boxes that could not happen to me.
That's true. All right, the Wednesdays was the gay student.
This is great.
Who had enough and went after the guy who was allegedly slurring him.
Yeah.
So he went full.
Yeah, Sean, the little skinny kid, this homophobic skinny kid was trash talking this fat gay kid who probably could be the Eagles' left tackle if he really wanted to be. And he just obliterated that
Got a
dude.
good left punch, you know?
Maybe the Jets could use that guy.
The Jets could use anybody, by the way.
By the way, I don't. I think this is actually what got us taken down from YouTube yesterday. So I don't want to play the audio of it.
Okay.
But Steve Inman, Sean, he's one of the UFC
I
guys.
love him.
He does commentary over fights.
Yeah.
So the point of yesterday's was actually the commentary that he did it, but I believe we got flagged because of it. So
I actually think the commentary is better than the fight anyway.
I agree. So
Inman is hilarious and stuff like this.
But you can see the slow motion of these women fighting out. I mean, it's still a good fight without the audio. It's still a really and then the pepper spray. The cop comes with a spatula and just disperses the entire thing.
Yeah,
picks up their weaves and leaves.
Picks up weaves and leaves.
And then Thursday was that was it. All right, and then Friday. So why don't we put up
Friday was what, the carousel, right?
The carousel.
Friday was the carousel.
This is tough.
Thursday was on the street, but you have to remember the voiceover.
Yeah.
Wednesday was the gay student. Tuesday was the spin, the woman spinning around, and Monday was the middle school girls' bathroom.
Yep.
Starting with Nick Kayal.
Boy, I got to say, this is, of all the weeks we've been doing this now, how long has this been? About 4 weeks or so?
We've been doing it a long time.
This is actually very tough for me.
It is.
By the way, as I contemplate my answer here, are we able to do the poll on YouTube since there's 5 options?
We're only able to put up 4 of them.
Yeah, see, X is the same way. What's up with capping options at 4?
Yeah.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
Boy, now that you say Cesaro, Sean, that brings Tuesday into my wheelhouse. You know what, though? I'm going to go with the fat gay guy.
Yeah.
I need that guy protecting my franchise quarterback on Sundays. I'm going to go fat gay guy.
Tuesdays, no, that's Wednesday.
Wednesday, yeah.
Wednesday with the gay student. Yep. Dawn Stensland.
I as well will go with the left-handed bully victim who is just, I like
Just
that
went
one the best.
Full, we used to call it something that's politically incorrect. I guess we can't call it now, but there's we'll just say monster strength, right? Big guys. Big guy strength.
It used to be R strength.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He went full R word strength. Yes.
Yes.
Sean Farish.
I'm going with the airport because the woman wound up on the carousel and was going around, and I think that deserves some love.
I agree with Sean Farish. I am also going Friday with the airport. We
might need Phil and Jimmy to break this tie because it's 2-2.
Well, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. You can vote on it right now. Well, I don't want to give anything away, but there's a pretty clear winner.
By the way, I would love to see Steve Inman voice over Sean Farish firebombing his ants in his yard.
Listen, I'll tell you what, the ants have been obliterated. Okay?
Wow.
Literally.
Now,
I'll tell you,
was it 100%
everyone's like, oh, they're
destruction?
going to come back. They're going to come back. They're not back. It took me a week.
Yeah.
They're not back. I even ordered because thanks to everybody online who told me I wasn't going to be able to do it. I ordered more, exterminating bead things. The stuff that you sprinkle on top, the bait.
Mm-hmm.
They're not back. No, not a single mound. All right, they haven't even tried to rebuild. Yeah, that's it. Oh, they're going to come back. You'll see. They're not back.
They didn't build back better?
Yeah.
No,
They didn't build
obliterated.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. The voting is going hot and heavy now. As soon as I said there was one clear winner, other ones are taking the leads. Get on over there and vote. We will give you the answer, the winner, the results, before the end of the show.
Time to take action and take charge of your finances by saving more and spending with purpose. First Harvest Credit Union is here to help empower your financial goals. Open our growth checking account and earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield, while earning more and enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth checking or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, It can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With a Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
The battle is on for Fight of the Week.
I can't believe we're arguing about this.
I can. A lot of good content out there, baby. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. By the way, as we get ready to wrap up with Sean Farish, wish him a good weekend, get to Dawn's Big Three, the whole bit. Apparently, Fox and Friends... Actually, no, they didn't send him down there because he's no longer really on the show. I believe Steve Ducey is kind of semi-retired, and he's living in Florida, which I don't blame him. And now with Mamdani, the next mayor, maybe he was ahead of the curve. He's actually down there with Mr. Mustard himself at Alcatraz Alligator Island. And I think we have the footage, if I'm looking at this correctly. Do you want to roll this now?
No problem, but all the stuff that goes into intake and processing of illegals, you're seeing this put up. This is all 24 hours. 24 hours from now, you're going to see even more. And by Tuesday, this will be able to have intake of illegals.
And you've thought of everything. Okay, so there are 4 gigantic tents. Let's come on over here, Governor. And
looks like music
thinking,
fest.
okay, you're in the middle of the Everglades. It's hot. That would explain why you've got this bank of air conditioners here.
Yeah, so I mean, this is going to be, illegals will come in, they'll be processed. There'll be places for them to be housed. You'll have an ability for
That was
for
a Hitler
food.
salute.
You'll have an ability for them to consult legal rights if they have that, because there is a process that's involved with this. So this is really everything. This is going to be a self-contained little area. And then, of course, you also have stuff for the staff that work here. So we've got laundry facilities, we've got showers, we've got, obviously, there you see the shower and bath facilities.
Yeah, right there.
Yep.
Where do you go to get a bunch of bathrooms like that?
Well, so this is being done by the Division of Emergency Management.
It's amazing.
So when we have a hurricane, like we would actually have people stage here for hurricane response normally, anyways, but we have it. When we have all the linemen come in to do the power, we have to set up little areas for them. And so you have all this type of stuff. So this is not our first rodeo. The detainee illegal alien mission's a little bit different, and the deportations, but logistics, we know how to do that.
Right, and you know, for people thinking, okay, they're going to put the migrants on this hot asphalt, it looks like you're building a subfloor, and in fact, some guys putting down the plywood.
Yeah, no, look, this will be, I mean, there's not going to be anything that they're hurting for anything. There'll be AC. There'll be things that everybody needs. There's medical here. So it's being done right. It's being done by the book.
All right, pause that. Yeah. So illegal aliens will get air conditioning while they're being detained, yet kids in Philadelphia public schools don't.
That's a good point.
Imagine that.
Ron DeSantis gets
by the
things
way,
done.
Yeah.
I want to point something out. He's round again. You notice that?
Yes.
He's off the Ozempic. Yeah, he looks like
he's
me.
off the Ozempic.
He's off
right?
the Ozempic.
Yep.
When he
He's
was running,
round again.
Sean is right. When he was running for president, he was slim and like
Had Botox.
Yeah,
Stopped doing the Botox.
Yep.
You know, he's got like chubby cheeks. He looks like a chipmunk again. It's, you know what I mean? This is the Ron DeSantis that I like, not the version of him that was running in 2023, 2024, where I think you could clearly tell he didn't want to do it.
Yeah.
After a little while,
he
but he got
coached
so
up too
involved
much,
and took so much money and committed too much that he had to just follow through. But it almost felt like, you know, maybe a few months in that it was like a half-hearted campaign.
You know what we really should do? is we have to find a travel company and get them to partner with 1210. And we need to take a remote broadcast down to Alcatraz Island.
Don't do something you don't wish for, because I can make that happen.
I would love to do a
We better be
remote
getting the. All I'm going to say is we better be getting the AC that the illegals are getting down there.
Well, we'll do it. We'll do it in February.
It doesn't matter. Okay, so instead of it being 110 degrees, it's 105. Big deal.
I teased this, so let me play this one before we break for Dawn's Big Three. I'm not exactly sure what led up to this, but what it appears to me, and I found this on TikTok, or Nick found it, I think, on TikTok or whatever. This is a woman who yells at another woman who's underage, I believe, after her boyfriend comments on the woman's backside. So she's wearing like short shorts.
Yeah.
And I guess her boyfriend said something to her. The woman, the underage woman, said something back. And then this woman was like, "Hey, you wear this stuff. It's your own fault that men are commenting on it."
Mm-hmm.
I'm most interested in Dawn's take on this.
My take will probably get me fired, but I'll sit this one out.
This one is this is a wild video. Roll this.
No. He will. I will hit you. He would never.
A minor
on any girl.
Dude.
And
Walk.
You're a girl. You're
Walk
a
the fuck
girl.
away.
And yes, a girl, not a woman or anything.
Okay.
He complimented it. Get the over it. Don't want someone to compliment it. Don't say anything.
Yeah.
Don't wear that outfit.
Oh, this is at Walmart.
Call her one more time. She didn't do. She can wear what she wants. What's wrong with her outfit? You literally look like a crack.
No, she's not wrong about that.
Yeah, she's not wrong about that either.
What is wrong with you? Don't hit on women that are minors. You.
Oh, that's creepy too.
Yeah.
What
That
the
is creepy.
is wrong with people?
So
Why are they so
you
weird?
can-
They're literally on crack.
You can see what they're this obviously from TikTok.
Yeah.
You can obviously see what this minor's wearing. So
This is why I go to Target.
What I believe is her crackhead boyfriend said something inappropriate to this girl, and his girlfriend stood up for him and was like, "Well, you're wearing slutty shorts, so it's your fault."
Yeah. Dawn, your thoughts?
Dawn Senslin.
Are you kidding me? The two crackheads are crackheads.
Yes.
And so that these are girls. This is what girls wear. And they're wearing little short, but they're jean shorts.
Yep.
They're just basic jean shorts. So the fact that this really creepy, he does look like a crack addict. The girl is right.
Mm-hmm.
It's nasty. And the fact that the nasty girlfriend defends the nasty guy makes it really sickening.
Yeah. Meth parties.
Yeah, I don't know because if they're in a relationship, the girlfriend should be mad with the boyfriend for hitting on.
Yeah,
you would
like
think,
regardless of whether or not, regardless of age, because you can't tell.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously it's gross that she's
Yeah.
a minor,
Mhm.
but you would think she'd be like, why are you, why are you hitting on another woman
Yes.
type deal?
But she's a kid.
Yeah.
When you see the pan out, she's like 15ish.
Right.
She's a kid.
Yep.
I mean, she's a kid.
By the
I
way,
would say, I looking at it 16 years old.
the video doesn't show her face, by the way. So we
No,
don't
but
know
it
who she
shows,
is.
and you hear in her voice,
Yeah.
she's not,
She's a
because
kid. Junior high school.
Nick is about to find out.
Yeah. I am.
And
Oh, my
this is
God.
going to rock
I am.
Nick's world.
And I got to be honest,
Just a short
she's not
time.
even wearing the clothing that she's
No.
wearing isn't
No.
No. She's wearing a t-shirt and like jean shorts, right?
and jean shorts.
Phil, that video. Actually, no, I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
She's
She's a-
underage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's not even 16.
We need another pandemic so I can keep my girls locked in the
I
house for the next 7 years.
Well, razor blade throat is out there now.
Yeah,
so.
it is. But let me ask you this, and I don't know if we have enough time to even get into this, but I'll just throw a stink bomb into the pool here at 9:34. Let's just change the fact that she's a minor. What if she's an adult? This is what I've never understood, Dawn. If you are a beautiful female and you're advertising it, you're flashing it, you're showing it off, and then the opposite sex compliments you, hits on you, and you freak out. Well, what do you expect? And I'm not saying harassment, sexual harassment, is stalking, an innocent compliment. And I'm not talking workplace dynamic. I'm talking about in Walmart.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say that girl was 22 and that dude with his chick hit on the 22-year-old and said something nice to her. Well, then you kind of put, and I'm not saying that you put yourself out there, but you kind of did, right? Like I've seen, there was, Sean, you'll remember this. You remember Joy Taylor on ESPN? She was on Fox Sports. So she always wears killer outfits. And yet she is always the first one to say, respect me for my sports takes. And it's like one of these things where I'm like, well, wait a minute. People are complimenting you that you're smoking hot on TV, and you get offended by that because you want to be deemed intellectual. Well, then maybe don't have your you-know-what's flopping out on the desk.
And I think that's valid. Like, I think that's valid. If you're of age, right? You're over 18 or whatever, and you're wearing something that is revealing, and somebody compliments you on what you are revealing, you can't get upset.
Right.
I don't think you can get upset.
Right,
if they start touching and then, if it's really inappropriate. But if someone is like, hey, you look good, something like that.
But most people don't do that anymore.
Right.
Most men are they're afraid.
They're going to get me too.
They're afraid to even go, oh, you look nice today, or anything. You can't do it.
It's like
they don't
me.
Do it anymore.
I've gained 18 pounds since 2022. No one would advise me to go out to the pool today and take my shirt off and do a cannonball. So, but if I take my shirt off, I'm fair game.
I think it would be pretty cool.
For another dude to say, hey, is that Chris Christie over there?
Be a lot of water out of the pool,
Exactly.
Yeah, but I will say this. There's a point where somebody's outraged, like when you're in your teen, you're like 19 to in your 20s. Mm-hmm. But then at some point, you go around the block twice to get whistled at. You know what I mean? So just enjoy it. Enjoy it while it lasts, ladies.
Enjoy while you can.
Whether that girl was old enough or not, that guy is in a relationship. He shouldn't be doing that. But in a situation where somebody is single at a Walmart and sees someone of age that they know they could reasonably tell is of age, and they're in a revealing outfit or a semi-revealing outfit, and they drop a compliment, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. A compliment, a classy compliment. You look good today. Nothing like you don't walk in and be like, hey, nice melons, right?
Well, apparently this guy said something like nice ass or something like that.
Which is
that's out of line.
To a girl who's clearly a girl.
Right.
By the way, Keith Martin with the comment of the day on YouTube on the next episode of Crackhead Swingers. And with
that's a good show.
Yeah, it does. And with that, we end the cut sheet for this Friday.
And we will bid you adieu, Mr. Ferris. Have a great weekend, buddy.
All right, thank you guys. See you.
See you, man.
See you next week. There he is, Sean Farish. We'll come back at a big 3 from Dawn, as well as our morning mystery movie clip, music, and what's on tap for the top of the hour, as Dawn Stensland is 22 minutes out. Stay right there.
Reporting from the Piazza Auto Group studio, and I've got some exciting news about my friends from the Piazza Auto Group. So Acura has just been named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. And that means top performance, cutting-edge tech, and unmistakable style, all with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX, Acura delivers more for your drive and your dollar. Visit them. Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester. You can always shop online. PiazzaAcura.com for all those special offers. PIAZZA, PiazzaAcura.com. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
My computer is horribly slow.
Oh, really? I thought smoke was a new feature on that model.
Dude, my whole business is on this thing.
Sounds like you need Computrex. We just started using them. They're amazing. They really know their stuff.
Computrex, affordable IT solutions for businesses with 200 employees or less. We handle automatic updates, secure backups, fast remote support, on-site help, and industry-leading cybersecurity.
I'm calling Computrex.
Visit ComputrexForYou.com. That's Computrex, the number 4, the letter U.com, or call 610-415-0539.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about my friend and my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria. You know, for me, for my family, it's all about care. That's what matters most, and that's why my entire family goes to Dr. Mike Veneria. When it comes to a complicated dental procedure, for over 10 years in a row, Dr. Mike has been recognized as a master of complex, masterful dentistry. In fact, other dentists send their patients to him. Even other doctors have chosen Dr. Mike as their dentist. See, it's not about cost, it's about care. And you don't want to go to those chain dental offices, forget those. He has 2 very convenient locations for you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. So go there and see him. He's the guy, and he's worth the drive no matter where you're coming from, because you don't want to go to the closest dentist. You want to go to the best dentist, the guy who cares. That's Dr. Mike Veneria, the best of the best. So make your appointment to see Dr. Mike today. If you already got an estimate for that dental implant, get a second opinion from Dr. Mike. It's worth doing. Just reach out to him at 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com, VANARIA, veneriadental.com.
At Kitchen Magic, we've been transforming kitchens since 1979. Proudly American-made, family-owned, and 100% tariff-proof. That means no international delays and no surprise fees. This month only, take advantage of our 24-month same-as-cash financing. It's time to love your kitchen again. Visit kitchenmagic.com or call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic, quality that's closer to home.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Dawn Stensland's Big Three coming up here in just a moment.
Can I say one thing real fast before you take this call? By the way, the Never Ending Cut Sheet was sponsored by Amazon. If you love deals, you'll love this. Prime Day is lasting 4 days this year. That's 4 days of unbelievable deals. Nick Kayal going insane because Kristen is going to be spending him out of house and home in every category you can think of, so you can save big on everything you're into. Shop Prime Day, July 8th through the 11th. July 8th through the 11th, Kayal.
Wives shopping unsupervised with credit cards.
And then a Kayal Company Family Summit.
That's right. We're going to gather around the dining room table and I can go through the finances.
On July 12th, because it lasts through July 8th through the 11th. Thank you, Amazon, for sponsoring the Never Ending Cut Sheet.
All right, 855-839-1210, Big Three in a moment. But Agatha is in Medford, and she has some thoughts on our last story. Agatha, you go right ahead.
Yeah, about, and thanks for taking my call, about women getting offended when they're given a compliment when they look good. And I was on my way home from work. I drive a convertible. I have blonde curly hair. I was at a traffic light, and there was a gentleman next to me, and he said something, and I couldn't hear him, and I turned my radio down. I was listening to your station.
Yeah.
And he said that I looked good in my convertible. And he was an Afro-American gentleman, and he put a smile on my face. I wasn't offended.
Good.
I mean, like, if you look, put together, and I don't know. These women today, I just don't get it.
I agree. Agatha, blonde, curly hair, convertible, translation.
We want to hit that hard.
Exactly right. Thank you, Agatha. You have a great day.
Beautiful, Agatha.
Thank you, beautiful Agatha.
There she is. Beautiful Agatha.
Jump on me. Go for it. That's what we do here.
Yep, that's what we do.
Dawn's being used for nefarious purposes.
There's always something on the board.
But the one purpose she's very useful for, right, Nikhil?
Big Three.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Jesus, man. You can tell it's a Friday.
Woo! So, home improvement store parking lots.
You're sponsored by somebody, by the way.
I am sponsored? Okay,
I think so.
We are sponsored this morning in our Big Three.
By blondes and convertibles.
By somebody who didn't print out what I needed.
Oh, okay. Then maybe you're not. I'm sorry. Okay, never mind.
I could do the 6 a.m. sponsor.
No.
Okay.
Never mind. That was a bad job by me.
Okay, so let's talk about it. Number one, Yeah, just in time for summertime, the Philadelphia Parking Authority raising prices for the first time in a decade. Starting next week, July 1st, hourly parking rates, yes, in Philadelphia jumps from $3 to $4 an hour. Center City's long-term meters, those are being hiked as well. PPA says those higher prices will improve congestion and open up more parking spots. Is this their version of congestion pricing?
Could be. Could very well be. I'd love to know what the profit margin is for like parking garages. I might get into that in my later years.
Oh, dude, it is. I mean, think about what this parking garage gets here.
$25 an hour?
Oh no,
fortune.
No.
Is it more than that?
I think it's more than that, dude. I think it's like 50.
Oh, you know my numbers are always off.
Speaking of numbers, China. So the deal is confirmed.
A framework of a deal.
I was about to say
Hey,
that.
would you let the Emmy Award news anchor do her job, Mr. O? You have a sponsor to do.
Yeah, I'm stopping.
So you could jump
Have a
on
meeting with yourself.
you could jump on me, or you could wait a minute. Okay. Just giving Nick some more fodder, right?
Exactly.
So China confirmed it had agreed with the United States to approve that accelerated export of rare earths after President Trump said he had signed the trade deal, and they'll also lift some of the restrictions on Beijing in return. So they have a piece of it done, which is good news and will kind of stabilize things as far as rare earths and defense systems, all of that. But there are some sticking points that remain. Just keep in mind, data showing the U.S. and China share the world's largest bilateral trade relationship, with two-way goods trade valued at more than nearly $583 billion last year. So this is a huge trade deal, but there are sticking points, and they still include the tariff levels on hundreds of billions of dollars in goods, those disputes over intellectual property protection, concerns around technology transfer, and forced joint ventures involving U.S. companies and China, not to mention the imposed 20% fentanyl tariff on China. Remember that one. So they still have to work out all the fentanyl stuff. But I think that they are happy that they've made this level of progress. But as Greg said, it's not a complete done deal.
Right. It hasn't been obliterated yet.
Yes. And my number obliterated the word of the day. The number 3 was the Social Security Administration making a big hire and hiring 19-year-old Edward Korestein, which you may not recognize the name Edward Korestein, but you may remember his
big balls.
Yeah, there it is. That's his little code name. And so the White House confirming that they've hired him. Thought he did a good job, worked very hard.
He's 19.
You know, they're saying 19-year-old, but he was 19 last year, so soon to be 20 if he didn't already turn 20.
Wow, he can't even legally drink yet.
No.
And he's being hired by the White House. It's amazing.
Yeah.
What's his job going to be?
So he works for the Social Security Administration as a special government employee. So they've rehired him in a different branch, basically. So he gets another, basically, 130 days as that special employee.
He's probably going to sniff out a lot of checks going to dead people for Social Security.
They've said he's going to be focused on improving the functionality of the Social Security website and advancing the mission of delivering more efficient service. That was from a Social Security Department spokesperson. They put out the statement.
Mm-hmm.
So he was obviously one of the original DOGE members that took a lot of heat under the direction of Elon Musk.
That's correct.
Wow.
So your little Doge update.
There we go.
Now, I don't think he graduated college.
No.
You know, he's
19. No,
this guy's brilliant.
He's brilliant. He probably could get a 4-year degree in 2.
Well, it's interesting too because of how much he's been touted and everything, he could probably get a job making 6 times what he's making.
No doubt.
Working for the federal government.
Every big tech company should be lining up to hire that guy.
Well, they will be, when he finishes this.
Yep.
But man,
so I'm looking him up. I believe he did turn 20.
Okay, well, good.
So
good.
he just turned 20.
Still can't drink
a couple months ago.
You know what I was doing at 20? Not that.
This guy's
you were doing foam baths.
He was obliterating drinks.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Phil. I was.
I believe he's still a college student at Northeastern University.
Yeah.
Who gets laid first, Big Balls or Harry Sisson?
Definitely Big Balls.
Yeah, I would think so. All right.
That's your big three.
Thank you very much, Dawn. We'll get to Phil Almquist in a moment, but first we have to give away our final pair of F1 movie passes. Woo-hoo. That comes with Jimmy Kelly's Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Jane? Is that you, sweetheart?
First and last warning, John. Get out of town.
You know I'm not going anywhere.
Oh, well, so you say. But right now, you're trapped in a steel box hanging 70 floors over nothing but air.
Oh, so this is a trap.
He's in car 3.
It's never gonna work, honey. It's never gonna work because you constantly underestimate me.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, once again today, the final pair of Fandango movie code passes for the Brad Pitt Formula One movie, which debuts tonight in theaters. Caller 12-855-839-1210. If you can identify that movie, you're on your way to see some Brad Pitt action tonight.
Is there a reason we pulled that, Philip?
Yes, because the star of F1 is what we just played.
Oh, okay. Okay, good.
Okay, there you go.
By the way, that movie is what broke up Brad Pitt and Jennifer Aniston.
Allegedly.
And then Aniston big-timed Bruno in an L.A. bar 20 years ago.
He never got over it.
He never got over it. All right, Phil Almquist. It's a Friday. Your show's coming up tomorrow. Let's find out what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal Company.
Today, June 27th, we celebrate the heavenly birthday of Jim Fuller from the Safaris. We also lost Chris Squire from Yes on this day in 2015, and the Ox John Entwistle from The Who in 2002. Singles include Dream On by Aerosmith in 73, as well as Unskinny Bop by Poison in 90. Albums include The End of the Innocents by Don Henley in 89, Outside the Gate by Killing Joke in 88, These Days by Bon Jovi in 95, Mirror Ball by Neil Young on the same day, and Rage for Order by Queensryche in 86. Also in 2012, the chief medical officer of Russia said that the Beatles were to blame for the country's drug problem.
Yeah.
He said that the country's youth first got introduced to the idea of drug taking when the Fab Four traveled to India to expand their minds. In 2004, the Beastie Boys were top the album chart. In 70, Queen performed for the first time under that name, formerly known as Smile. And in 71, Fillmore East in New York City closed. But lastly, on this day in 94, Aerosmith became the first major band to let fans download a new track for free from the internet. For Kayal & Company, I'm Bill Almquist.
By the way, do you guys want the results for the fight of the week?
Yeah.
Of course.
So, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, where I believe that the poll is still up there, but it will only be up there for a couple more minutes. Fight of the week was Monday, the bathroom, Wednesday, the classroom, Thursday on the street, or Friday at the airport, just by like 7%. Just by 7%. Wednesday's classroom with the gay kid who beat up the homophobe, that won. 37%. 30%. A close number 2 was the Friday airport, which is the one Sean and I. Which one would you have voted for, Phil?
The classroom. The beat down in the classroom.
Yeah. Phil's like, give me that guy on the Jets.
I'll take 5 of them right now.
There you go. Well, 2 of them are going to Dave in media, and that would be movie passes from Fandango, because Dave has identified the movie clip. Dave, what did we just play for you?
Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
Yeah! Also known as Don Lemon and Harry Sisson. There you go. Good job, Dave. You're on your way. Enjoy the movie, okay?
Thanks, guys.
You got it. Dave in media, and Dawn is coming up 6 minutes from now.
Yeah, so we're going to update you on everything with Trump, the Pentagon, the financial world, the China deal. There's so much breaking coming up at 10:30. Don't miss this. Angelina Banks, she's a local mom who originally spoke at a Moms of America town hall event right here in our area, met Vice President J.D. Vance. Why was she being honored and asked to share her story with President Trump, who you heard yesterday? Where's Angelina? You're going to find out all about Angelina, her story locally. You're going to love this mom, I promise you. And so we'll say, where is Angelina? She's going to be right here. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT 1030.
10:30.
Don't miss all these updates today. A very special Dawn show coming up.
Woohoo!
All right.
10:30. Come on, let's go.
Everybody stay tuned for Dawn. She's next. Have a great rest of your Friday. Enjoy your weekend and just relax this weekend. Don't lose your mind, because at the end of the day, no matter what you encounter, as Trump would say,
they don't know what the they're doing.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Hey, it's Show to Camera. See the story of Philly sports put to music.